Delegates, it's 9 o'clock. Can I call Congress to order, please? Welcome back to day 2. Thank you for yesterday, for a great first day. And I hope you all had good evenings last night, and I hope those people who came to the welcome event here had a really good time. Congress, before we start, can I just ask, please, that when delegates came up or CC speakers come up to the lectern, that you do not touch the mics. T5 will adjust the height of the lectern, and therefore the mics will be at the right position. So please, can I just ask that you don't touch any of the mics. And as a reminder for everybody, questions on the financial proposals and annual accounts need to be submitted to the platform here in writing by no later than 5:30 today. This was laid out in the SOC report 1 that was agreed yesterday. We have bucket collections for charities chosen by North West and Irish, so please do make sure to contribute to them at lunchtime. And also, colleagues, we did have some really good debates yesterday, and maybe I was a bit generous on the red light, but please, could we make sure we keep as time as much as possible, because it would really help with the agenda today. Thank you. And can I ask Karen Dudley, Chair of the SOC, to please move SOC number 3.
President, Congress, Karen Dudley, Standing Orders Committee Chair, moving SOC report number 3. President, with your indulgence, could we wish Lindsay England a happy 60th birthday today? She's our CEC observer. So on to report number 3, withdrawn motions. We have a withdrawn motion from the Midlands, which is motion 237, branch political backing. Emergency motions. The SOC has accepted 2 further emergency motions so far being in order for debate. They are from Southern, increase in mileage rates, and from London, reject the EHRC 21st of May 26 guidance. Come here. The SOC recommends that this motion is compensated with similar emergency motions from Scotland and Wales and South West. The Congress timetable will be updated, and the SOC will consider further requests for emergency motions. The SOC will update Congress accordingly. Bucket collections. By mutual agreement, GMB Scotland and London have swapped days for their respective bucket collections. Scotland's bucket collection will now take place on Wednesday, and London's will be on Tuesday. President, Congress, I formally move adoption of SOC report number 3.
Thank you, Karen. And just say, yeah, Lindsay's up in the Standing Orders Committee, so she's spending her whole 60th birthday up there. Can I put Standing Orders report number 3 to the vote, please? Oh. She's up there. That's like royalty up there. Can I put the Standing Orders Committee report number 3 to the vote? All those in favour, please show. All those against? That's carried. Thank you, Karen. Tisha. This year's local gift will be from Southern Region, split between 2 charities, those being the Jigsaw Cancer Unit at Bournemouth Hospital and North West Children's Support Group, which is based up here in Blackpool. So thank you, Southern, for choosing those charities. Okay, we're carrying on from motions debated yesterday under political, immigration and migration. So please, could the movers and seconders for motions 248 and 249 please come down to the front. These were the ones that moved over from yesterday. Can I have the mover of 248 to this rostrum, please? And then also, if movers and seconders of motion 250 and 251 could also come down.
President, Congress, Mark Livingston, London Region. I live in Tottenham in North London, an area that's been enriched by waves of migration over the centuries from Ireland, from Eastern Europe, Caribbean, Africa, Latin America, Asia, and there's a few Scottish people there too, I think. It's one of the most diverse areas in the country, and we celebrate that diversity just as we celebrate it within our movement and the contribution that migration has made to our culture, our politics and to our movement. Despite this, that is not reflected in the public discourse on immigration, and the hard right have been continued to be allowed to set the terms of the debate and shift it ever more rightward. When Enoch Powell made his Rivers of Blood speech in 1968, Ted Heath sacked him from the cabinet because it was seen as so extreme. Sadly, today we've got a whole party of Enoch Powells in reform, and we're even hearing echoes of that speech from Labour politicians. Congress, we're not going to defeat the far right by conceding more and more ground to them, and I'm afraid that's what we're seeing with some of the policies that the Home Secretary's been promoting, which, as the motion states, both Farage and Stephen Yaxley-Lennon have praised. Congress, the motion is not calling for open borders or the abolition of migration controls. It is simply calling for a fairer and more humane policy, and that the GMB uses its influence within the Labour Party to shape policy on this basis. Support the motion.
Thank you, Mark. Seconder.
President, Congress, Jonathan Coles, London Region, seconding motion 248 on a fairer and more humane immigration system. This motion may be strongly worded, but I speak as someone who's had the experience of both navigating it and as part of my day job in supporting refugees and asylum seekers. Many refugees and asylum seekers have been through some horrendous experiences, and they end up in this country and are treated with hostility, not care or compassion. We live in a global world, yet we don't want to respect the fact people can meet and fall in love anywhere. Yet we set policies that say you can only have a spouse if you earn well over the average wage. So does that mean love depends on your bank balance, not your heart? Is a system fair that tells people that their asylum is refused? They couldn't be in any danger from the country they escaped because they got out alive. We should have a system that is based on respect and understanding, not pandering to those who say we are a Christian country, but they don't love thy neighbour. I support anybody that is in need. My workplace has been recognised by central government for our multi-agency working, including working with charities from many faiths. But now the government wants to move refugees away from London to somewhere allegedly cheaper, away from the joined-up support available, mostly at no cost to the government. For example, moving someone hundreds of miles away from the only type of church they can attend in the country, where they can receive a lot more than spiritual help. We must not have a system that leaves a person But to 20 years without a future, there could be 3 when they come.
Jonathan,
Forced to leave
please.
when they're 23. So I second this motion.
Thank you very much. Mover of motion 249, please.
President, Congress, Dave Levy, London Region, moving motion 249. Over the last few years, we as a union have been developing a stronger policy and a better policy on immigration, centred around the rights of immigrants, decent treatment for all citizens, and the inclusion of new arrivals in a relationship of solidarity in our communities and in our workplaces. Last year, we also explicitly opposed the suspension of Syrian refugee route of entry as unacceptable and wrong. We also called for the repeal of Tory immigration legislation, for a guarantee of safe and legal routes for asylum seekers, day one rights to work, education and social security for asylum seekers, and a right to family reunion for asylum seekers and citizens. Our Labour government's response would seem to have been the exact opposite. It seems in this case being in the room isn't enough. Over the autumn, the newly appointed Home Secretary, Shabana Mahmood, made 2 announcements called Restoring Order and Control, a statement on the government's asylum and returns policy, which was supplemented by a paper called A Fairer Pathway to Settlement. The latter extends the time required to obtain indefinite leave to remain and to be eligible for citizenship. The worst of these proposals include measures to prohibit the entry of families of researchers, extending the time required before obtaining indefinite leave to remain, the residence longevity before access to citizenship, and recurring visa costs, which the extensions will incur, which are discriminatory, cruel, and counterproductive. We should welcome migrants and refugees and extend them the solidarity on which our movement is based. People without rights will find it harder to build a secure life, to join unions, and offer us the solidarity that we need. These measures, in particular the proposal to make refugee entry subject to review, is a fundamental attack on refugees' abilities to build their lives, having fled from the fear of death, torture, or other forms of persecution. It would seem the intellectual driver, if you can call it that, of these proposals is the current Labour Party strategy of triangulating against reform, pursuing the failed strategy of courting hero voters. When will they learn that Labour can never win racist votes through the pursuit of racism? Reform voters are not going to vote Labour. The movement can't fight reform by copying them. All that does is legitimise their politics. The union needs to say no, as it has done for many years, to seek to persuade the Labour government this is the wrong way to build a better society. The CEC might also like to consider an action plan, as it would seem our previous one, which they reported in the update reports on the conference documents, has not been effective. I believe the movement cannot outperform Reform UK through racism, and that we and the Labour Party must stand for an immigration and refugees policy based on dignity and welcome. I echo the comments of the previous 2 speakers, who I believe humanise this issue in a way that I've not done so, but I would ask you to vote for this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Dave. Seconder.
Morning, Congress, President, Vice President. My name is Fumi, London Region, second-time delegate. I enjoyed last year's, I'm back today. I rise to second this motion with pride as an immigrant myself. We immigrants, we don't come to take from this country, we come to build it with you. We work in your hospitals, in your schools, farms, and businesses. We pay taxes, we raise families, and we raise our hands to say we want to contribute. But welcoming is not just about what we give. It's about who we are as a society, a strong society that doesn't fear differences. It uses it when people feel they belong, they give more, they try harder, they stay committed. Solidarity means rejecting the idea that anyone's worth depends on where we were born. It means saying clearly, if you work hard, and play by the rules, you have a place here. So let's pass this motion. Let's choose a message of inclusion over division, of solidarity over suspicion. Because when we welcome each other, we all move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Fumi. Does anybody want to speak in opposition to to the motions? No? No. Okay, can I ask then Dave Flanagan to respond on behalf of the CEC?
President, Congress, Dave Flanagan, Blackpool. A warm welcome where it never rains. President, Congress, Dave Flanagan of the CEC, responding to motions 248 and 249. On motion 248, the CEC supports the motion with qualification. The CEC recognises the importance of a fair, humane and effective immigration and asylum system, and acknowledges the significant contribution migrant workers make to the UK economy, public services and to our union. GMB has long opposed the exploitation of migrant labour and has consistently campaigned for equal rights, fair treatment and dignity for all workers, regardless of nationality or immigration status. Migrant workers must never be used to undercut wages and conditions or to divide working people. GMB engages regularly with the Home Office and other ministers to emphasise our established policy in this area. We are clear that any Labour government immigration and asylum policy must be rooted in our values while addressing the impact of irregular immigration. We also recognise that global displacement is rising due to conflict, persecution, economic instability and climate change. These trends create significant humanitarian challenges that require international cooperation and responsible government policy. So therefore, our qualifications are as follows. The motion includes assertions about specific government policies and individuals that are contested and expressed in a language that may not support the Union's ability to influence the policy effectively. The CEC believes our advocacy should be framed to strengthen constructive engagement with government, parliamentarians and wider stakeholders. The Union's policy should remain on defending the rights of migrant workers, opposing racism and discrimination, and promoting immigration and asylum policies that are fair, humane and workable. Subject to these qualifications, the CEC supports the principle that the UK should maintain an immigration and asylum system that respects human rights, protects vulnerable people, promotes social cohesion, and ensures all workers are protected from exploitation. The CEC will continue working with sister unions, community organisations and policymakers to promote fair immigration policies and defend the rights and dignity of migrant workers. On motion 249, the CEC supports the motion with a qualification. The CEC is concerned about the changes to the immigration system, which will have an effect on key sectors such as adult social care and the gig economy, where we are likely to have the most effective members. In line with the motion, we will engage in processes which limit the impact of workforces most at risk. Naturally, we agree with the motion that immigrants coming to the UK to work and build a life here should be treated with dignity, and that pathways to settled status should be honoured. Our qualification is on the line that Congress believes that it is in the best interests of all citizens and immigrants to become citizens as soon as possible so they can act in solidarity without fear of deportation. As this is not a practicable request to have as policy of the Union, therefore Congress, the CEC is supporting with the qualifications motions 248 and 249. Thank you.
Thank you, Dave. Does London agree with the qualification on motion 248 and on 249? Thank you. I shall put that to the vote. All those in favour of motion 248, please show. Thank you. All those against? That's carried. All those in favour of motion 249, please show. Thank you. All those against? That's also carried. And can I just say to the speakers who had to wait from yesterday to today, thank you for your patience. I'm sure you thought you were going to be relaxing last night and then instead you had to worry about making your speeches this morning, but you've all been brilliant. Mover and seconder for motion 250, please.
President, Congress, moving motion 250, anti-far right. Well, it started here in Blackpool 21 years ago. And thanks to Dave Powell, who was my officer at the time, who thought I might be quite good at the job, has had a lot of thoughts that I would be good. But here we go. So it's full circle. This is a very sad motion that we are still talking about racism in 2026. If 10% of the population support fascism, as it happened in Germany under Adolf Hitler, then they draw other people in who have issues with the way the present government are managing local issues. People I have spoken to are dissatisfied with the current state of affairs and believe reform is the way forward. Are they? No. Farage comes from the school of Trump and Elon Musk. There is a core of racism in this party, although they will dress it up in language which appeals to the undecided, which for now may be 10%, but over time it can become 20, 40, 60, and so on. The recent attack of a white citizen could further add flames to the fire. I urge Congress to seriously consider the implication of allowing groups with fascist ideology thrive, as previously happened in Europe, and ask the Labour government to be mindful of the risk. As a long-time activist, also, I support the gold badge for us people who've been around a long time like I have. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you, Cathy. getting that in as well. Seconder, please. Formally, thank you, London. Mover for motion 251.
Morning, President, Vice President, Congress. Mohammed Ali, London Region, first-time delegate, second-time speaker. Moving motion 251, joining campaigns against the far right. This motion is essentially what it says on the tin, calling on the GMB to continue to stand shoulder to shoulder in solidarity with our brothers and sisters across the country from other trade unions and anti-racist organisations. I welcome the qualifications from the CEC, and I'm delighted that since this motion was passed at my branch way back when, the GMB actually took part in the Together Alliance march through London on the 28th of March. I was lucky enough to attend this demonstration and was filled with pride at seeing the GMB flag fly high over the hundreds and thousands of true patriots who came together to reject fascism, hatred, and division in all its forms. Congress, please support our call for the GMB to continue to take a proactive approach in line with the 2025 Special Report to engaging in initiatives which present a united front against the far right and against the politicians and billionaires who seek to turn workers against each other and make them vote against their own class interests. Thank you, and please support motion 251.
Thank you, Mohammed. And seconder, please.
President, Congress, my name is Kola Olalekun, from London Region, first-time delegate, and first-time speaker. Congress, I rise this morning to formally second Motion 251, joining national campaign against the far right. Congress, we must not allow the far rights to divide us as a nation by spreading fear, hatred, intolerance, and that's why GMB must commit to joining any nationwide marches against their agenda. GMB is committed to playing a leading and visible role, opposing the far right in our communities, alongside other trade unions, anti-fascist, anti-racist organizations, according to GMB's special report, Anti-Racism and Combating Hate. Yet, the GMB has fallen behind over 120 civil society organizations in joining Together Alliance. It's therefore right that GMB has subsequently joined the alliance and participated actively on 28th of March 2026 rally in London, which is commendable. Joining national campaigns connects our efforts with broader anti-fascist coalitions because local branches cannot fight this coordinated threat in isolation and alone. Collaboration provides our members with vital educational tools and counter-protest strategies. Solidarity and equality define the very foundation of our trade union movement. Joining this campaign is not just about opposing something, it's about standing up for positive values. Congress, this is United Kingdom and not United States Donald Trump. And Reform UK is aligning with. We must stop the far right in their track. Congress, we must send a clear and unmistakable message, and hate has no home in our workplace or our communities. I urge you to support this motion. Thank you.
Well done, Kola. Perfectly timed. Anybody want to speak in opposition to those motions? No? In that case, can I ask the CC Speaker, Nathaniel Tete, to come up?
I was just going to say, we've come very far as a trade union. We've come very far. So President, Congress, Nathaniel Tete of the CEC responding to the motions 250 and 251. On motion 250, the CEC supports the motion with qualifications that it calls for the GMB to affiliate to stand up to racism and support any future mobilizations. Will need to follow the existing approach the union takes, which is set out in Congress 2025 special report, namely that the GMB regions will therefore be best able to lead on how we respond, including which external groups GMB regions wish to affiliate or partner with in this work. This approach has been successful, with GMB regions recently mobilizing to ensure our members attend the Together Alliance demonstrations in London on the 28th of March. March with the union's national banner, as well as promote the demonstration on our social media channels and be visible on the Together Alliance website in our support, which this motion has called for. On motion 251, the CEC supports the motion's call for GMB to take an active role in joining national alliances, campaigns, and initiatives with shared goals against the rise of the far right, with the qualification that we continue to do so in line with the approach set out in the Congress report, Special Report 2025, as I stated in the response to motion 250. Therefore, Congress, the CEC is asking that motions 250 and 251 be supported fully with qualifications. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nathaniel. Does London agree to qualification on motion 250 and on 251? Thank you. All those in favour of motion 250, please show. Thank you. Anyone against? That's carried. All those in favour of motion 251, please show. Thank you. Anyone against? That's also carried. Brilliant. That moves us on to the CEC Special Report, Organising in a Changing Economy. I'll ask Matt Williams and Linda Carr-Pollock to move and second the report on behalf of the CEC, but after they finish speaking, I will call the regions up in alphabetical order, starting with London region. So please could the speakers from each region be ready and come down the front to speak after the report's been moved. Matt.
President, Congress, Matt Williams, moving the special report on behalf of the CEC. I'm a proud construction worker, I'm a fabricator and welder by trade, and I'm a GMB convener at Sizewell C Power Station. Members in my branch have built a nuclear power station and have also built a union too. In the 8 years, our GMB branch has grown to over 4,000 members, and we have a 50% density without the construction employers on site. Because we are organised, we negotiated with EDF around 1,000 apprenticeships, which are now during and underway in the construction phase. We now have 1,700 apprenticeships across the tools on the site, and recruiting from the region and around the site area. And when the work is done in Hinkley, they will take their skills and build Sizewell C Power Station. Congress, it's not perfect. We still have our fights with all the employers. I want every worker in our economy to have a union that's got their back and fights for workers' power over their future. If employers can work with unions in a nuclear power station, one of the most safety-conscious workplaces in the world, then why can't the so-called tech giants? If harnessing nuclear power relies on many good, skilled, unionised jobs, then why can't we do the same harnessing the power of AI? This special report shows what a mountain we got to climb. Over 80% of jobs in the private sector are not covered under union agreements. But thanks to the hard work of unions like the GMB, we have a real opportunity ahead of us. The Employment Rights Act will now allow unions to rebalance the power in the workplace by removing Tory restrictions on recruiting, organising and taking strike action. Labour must now deliver its plan to make work pay in full before bad bosses get the upper hand once again. New technology like AI is not necessarily an enemy of the worker, it's how it can be used by bad bosses when there are no laws to stop them. Because in the end, the interests of the capital always different from the interest of our members. This is why our union was founded in the red heat of the London gasworks. GMB will grow stronger in changing this economy. We've done it before, and we're often the first to. The first to win equal pay for equal value for women workers. The first to win workers' rights to holiday pay in the gig economy. The workplaces where work is better. The first to strike in Amazon in the UK. But our members must be able to decide their future. So our message to the government today is clear, simple. Put jobs first. We need job plans for every sector, with our GMB members' voices driving the future of the industry and the skills we need. We need proper reindustrialised apprenticeships so that learning time is spent in the workplace for skills young people need in their workplaces. And if new technology at work affects jobs, then nothing's agreed until our members agree. That is power in a union. Workers powering their future. And Congress, we know what that means. It means building a GMB in our workplaces every day, day in, day out. Being organised for action when the employers won't listen. Understanding that the employer has different interests to us. And knowing that our members are strongest as they organise themselves. That's GMB at its best. That's GMB at work. Please support the special report. I move.
Thank you, Matt. Linda Carr-Pollock to second.
President Congress, Linda Carr-Pollock, CEC, seconding this special report. This report matters because it speaks directly to what our members are facing: services under pressure, staffing stretched, and change without organisation. New rights only matter if we use them, and in our sectors that means turning rights on paper into something staff feel in the workplace. That means stronger workplace organisation, confident reps, and unions involved in decisions before they are made, not after the damage is done. The report also speaks to one of the biggest issues facing our members now. AI and new technology is affecting every industry and sector. Nearly 50% of GMB members surveyed about AI this month think that AI will take away their job. And nearly 50% have also already had theirs or their colleagues' activity at work tracked by their employer using AI. Everywhere workers are being asked to adapt to systems they did not design and introduced without trust, transparency, or proper consultation. That's why NHS staff are refusing to work with systems like Palantir over serious ethical concerns. Politicians have warned about giving the US company access to identifiable patient data. In public services, that is not just a workplace issue, it is a public trust issue. We need greater protection over the use of our data by AI firms and from AI bias against those with protected characteristics. We also need regulation so that AI cannot make decisions that affect the public without human accountability and oversight. This is why the report's Jobs First approach matters so much. Technology should improve work, not destroy jobs, de-skill staff, or undermine professional judgment. It should reduce pressure, not increase it. It should create opportunity, not insecurity. Wherever AI is introduced, whether in hospitals, call centres, factories or council services, workers and their unions must have a real say. We need a statutory right to consultation for workers and unions with clear transparency on how technology is used, guarantees on retraining and redeployment, and firm limits on surveillance and monitoring. The report also sets out our Jobs First demands on skills. In NHS Scotland, we secured protected learning time through pay negotiations, but implementation is still a challenge. That tells us everything. Winning something on paper is the first step, but it has to be delivered in practice. Without real investment in proper workplace-based training and a right to paid time off to retrain, there is no fair transition to new ways of working under new technology. Congress, this report gives us a clear direction. Organise around new rights, shape how technology is introduced, fight for jobs and skills, and keep workers and the public at the centre of change. Across every sector, our task is the same. Make sure innovation is not done to workers, but shaped with them. If we build strong workplace organisation, we can shape that change. If we don't, others will be shaping that for us. Please support the report. I second.
Thank you, Linda. Could I have the speaker from London region, please? And then it'll be Midlands, and then North East Yorkshire and Humber.
President, Congress, Dave Levy, London region, speaking in support of the special report. Work is changing around us, and it's changing fast. New rights on paper will only matter if we can turn them into real workplace power through strong organisation and updated agreements that reflect the modern economy. We need to use the new freedoms in the Employment Rights Act to win better recognition, better agreements. Otherwise, workers will be left to navigate an underfunded tribunal system while employers bank the benefits. AI is already in our members' workplaces and on our desktops, not as a distant threat, but as a daily reality. The report is honest. AI is not necessarily the enemy. It is the boss's intentions that matter, and this has always been true, possibly specifically more so with the AI big tech companies than previous incarnations of capitalism. The report is on excuse me a second. Used with workers, AI can cut drudgery and improve services imposed on workers. But it risks discrimination, surveillance, and de-skilling and displacement. We demand consultation when tasks are automated, guarantees of redeployment and paid retraining, and stronger legal protections on data, bias, and automated decision-making, building on the rights established by the EU's GDPR and its UK implementations. Our existing agreements are written for an analogue world, not one of algorithms, data centres, continuous surveillance, and automated vehicles. We need new agreements that say no dismissal or disciplinary decisions should be taken based solely on algorithm, and AI should not be introduced without genuine consultation and risk assessments that cover health and safety, equality and data protection before anything goes live. We need to engage with the GDPR data privacy impact assessments. As a union, we need to link AI to the wider fight on skills and industrial strategy. The report reminds us that rights are meaningless without jobs, and that without serious investment in skills, technological change will deepen regional inequality and deunionisation. The report is clear: we should treat AI as another organising issue. I do have concerns that maybe it's not the next big thing, and that we should be arguing politically for greater regulation and a cautious planning approach in the data centre, for the data centres. But let us leave Blackpool determined to organise harder and smarter bargaining, and go back to every employer we deal with and say our agreements must change because the world of work has changed, and workers deserve protection, power, and a say in every decision that shapes their working lives. Thank you very much.
Well done, Dave. Spot on. And Midlands, please.
Hello everyone. Chris Roach, the great and wonderful Midlands region. Speaking in support of the CEC report, President Congress, artificial intelligence is here and closely rooted in our daily lives at home and particularly at work. Whilst it can be a supportive and helpful tool, if harnessed in the right way, it also poses a significant and real threat. Members and reps increasing use of AI to help articulate grievances and negotiations. Also, HR departments increasingly use AI in their responses. We need training and awareness to ensure use of the application of AI is best placed. We support. Wasn't a big speech, but we support. Thank you. You know it. Yeah.
I think succinct and to the point. What more do you want? North East Yorkshire and Humber, please, and then it'll be North Western Irish region and then Scotland.
Good morning, Congress. James Tate, proud member of the North East Yorkshire Humber region. Speaking to support this special report that is essential to the future of work. Working as a gardener most of my life, I'm not the most knowledgeable when it comes to technology, but I'm no Luddite. I know we can't stop the progress of technology, and it can bring many positives for the working people of our country across all industries. But as the working class have seen time and time again, technologies that should help us do our jobs and improve our lives are instead used to distract us, exploit us, oppress us, and replace us. We know many employers will always put profits over people. Whenever the introduction of new technologies and AI are discussed at work, we must always fight to make sure our members have a leading voice in that conversation, that they have strong protections from surveillance and monitoring, to fight against all exploitative use of AI and ensure that jobs do not disappear without people in those roles being consulted, retrained and kept in work. Whether you think AI is the next industrial revolution or just a passing trend, we cannot ignore its potential to reshape the economy and the potential for further exploitation and oppression of the working class. GMB reps and officers need support, training and education to give us the knowledge and tools to understand these technologies and to best protect our members and their jobs, making sure they always have a voice and are not left at the exploitative will of bad employers. Over the years, many of our communities have already seen drastic shifts to local work and industry, leading to huge economic decline and struggle. And with many more changes on the horizon, we have a responsibility as a movement to grab this next challenge, to shape it and deliver a better future for working people. Let's make sure we are not left behind. Congress, support this report. Thank you.
Thank you, James. Well done. North Western Irish region. And then it'll be Scotland and then Southern.
This is interesting. Cool. President, Vice President, the GSNT, Gary, Kelvin Inablele, proudly Northwest and Irish region. Congress, we are living through a changing economy, not in theory, but in reality. Across our nation, in logistics, in social care, in outsourced workplace, change is happening right now. And our members are feeling it. Too many workers are stuck in insecure work, 0 hours, agency, gig roles. No sanctity, no security, no real voice. And it is often the same people, young workers, migrant workers, doing tough jobs with the least protection. Congress, that is not right. And it is not what our union stands for. Because we believe something different. We believe every worker deserves dignity. Every worker deserves protection. Every worker deserves a voice, our union voice. But if we are honest, if the economy is changing, we must change too. We cannot organize today with yesterday's tool for tomorrow's workplace. The Employment Right Bill gives us opportunity to assess workplaces, to win recognition, and to break down barriers in the private sector. Because right now, 80% of workers are outside the collective bargaining. And we know what that means. Collective bargaining is how we redistribute wealth. It is how we tackle inequality in our workplaces and in our community. So this special report is clear. We need to be in the sectors where workers are, not waiting, but organizing. We need modern methods, digital tools, new approaches to reach workers who we never been reached before. And we must back our lay reps because they are not just part of this union, they are the backbone of it. And let it be clear, organizing doesn't stop at the work gate. It happens in our community, on our streets, in the lives people are living every day. Congress, it is about one thing, make sure no worker is left behind. Because when we organize, we don't just recruit, we lift people. When we organize, we don't just recruit, we build power. And when we organize, we don't just change workplaces, we change lives. So I say to Congress, let's meet this changing economy head on, organizing, growing, and standing together, because when we reach the worker, we build the union, and we build the union, we change the world. Congress, please support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Calvin. I should have stopped you, but I couldn't. It was such a passionate speech. Scotland, and then Southern, and then Wales and South West.
President, Congress, Robert Graham speaking in support of the special report on behalf of GMB Scotland. Congress, work is changing fast. The next decade will shape the future for our members. But let us be clear, we do not fear change. We organise around it, we shape it, and it's through that lens that we must consider the role of technology. Technology is not the problem. AI is not the problem. The issue is how it's used. We will not accept change being done to workers. We demand that change is done with workers. And that means consultation before jobs are replaced, union agreements before new tech comes in, and training and protection for every worker. That is a fair transition. No job losses, no de-skilling, no constant surveillance, but better jobs, safer jobs, higher skills. And in GMB, that is our opportunity in energy and renewables and the shift from oil and gas. We can build a strong, low-carbon economy with good jobs. We do not choose between fairness and progress. We demand both. And this challenge is not abstract. It's already being felt across every part of the community and in GMB. The change is already here. Our members see it every day in the NHS, in councils, in logistics, in retail, in transport, different sectors, but the same challenge. So we respond with one voice, one union, one message. Technology must come in on union terms. And our ability to deliver that message depends on one thing above all else, our strength as an organised union. Because this is who we are. Rights on paper are not enough. They only matter when we use them. If we organise, if we stand together, if we organise in tough workplaces, we win where others don't. We fight for dignity and we fight for fairness. The workplace is where we build our power. Making work better is not just a goal, it is our very purpose. And that purpose, which now must shape our wider economy, we want to build. We reject the idea that technology means fewer jobs, that efficiency means lower pay, innovation means inequality. We say, if productivity rises, workers must benefit. Skills must be funded, public money must create jobs. Industry must serve communities, because when industry works, communities thrive. And when we organise, the benefits are shared. So with that vision in mind, we're clear about the commitment we must make as a union. So this is our commitment. We stand united, we stand with strength, we stand with dignity, we stand with one voice. Our union is strong, proud and organised. But change does not just happen, it's won. So let's face the future with confidence. We will shape it and we will make it work for working people. Congress, I urge you to support. Thank you.
Well done, Robert. Southern Region.
President, Vice President, Congress, John Gray, speaking in support of the special report on behalf of Southern Region. This is my first time as delegate at Congress and my first time speaking. The Southern Region wholeheartedly endorses everything in this report, but I'm going to focus my comments on the second section on artificial intelligence at work. I'm sure over the last couple of years, you've all heard a lot about the latest developments in AI, and I'm sure a lot of you are aware that it divides opinion. Some people are very impressed by it, they're excited by it, they love it, and some people are wary of it, they're afraid of it and hate it. Congress, when it comes to using AI at work, I would argue that most of the people who love it are people who've been able to decide for themselves how and when to use it, and have chosen to use it in a way that supports their work and develops their skills. And most of the people who hate it are people who have had no choice and had it imposed on them. When modern AI works well, it can be very impressive, but it doesn't always work well, and in either case, we should always ask ourselves, whose interest is it working in? We can accept AI in our workplaces when it genuinely makes our jobs better, but we need to oppose it when it is used to surveil and control us, or to increase our workloads to unmanageable levels, or to make our jobs worse. This statement affirms how we can do that at every level, from campaigns in individual workplaces right up to national policy. Congress, I urge you to support it.
Well done, John. And Wales and South West, please.
President Congress, Jeff Sutton from the magnificent Wales and the South West region. Congress, I stand before you today to speak about a fundamental issue that goes to the heart of dignity, fairness and opportunity in our society, the rights of working people and the future of work itself. The report before us is not abstract, it's grounded in the lived experience of workers across our country. People who expect not only employment, but fairness, security and a voice at work. We must act now to ensure that progress benefits workers, not just markets. First, the report emphasises the need to build a union's strength where it matters most, within the workplaces themselves. By increasing union density and expanding collective agreements, we can ensure that new statutory rights are not just written in law, but realised in practice, because rights on paper mean little without the power to enforce them. The report also points to an important opportunity: new access rights and lower thresholds for union recognition. These are not technical changes, they are transformational. They give unions the ability to reach more workers, secure more agreements, provide facility time for representatives. The report calls on Labour to deliver fully on its Make Work Pay manifesto commitments. This is a promise not of just economic policy, but of fairness. It's about secure work, decent wages, stronger employment rights, and we must be clear, partial delivery is not enough. Working people deserve the full benefits of what's been promised. Technology has the power to transform productivity, but must not come at the expense of workers' rights or dignity. The report makes three critical commitments. First, to equip union representatives with tools and resources they need to understand the challenge of how AI is introduced. Second, to develop a model agreement on AI and workplace technology, learning from best practices both here and internationally. And third, most importantly, it affirms a principle we must all stand behind. This is not opposition to progress, this is insistence on responsible progress. It's a call to action. Congress, this report does not simply describe a future, it challenged us to shape it. We have a choice: to allow change to happen to workers, or to ensure workers are central to shaping that change. We must strengthen collective bargaining, support union organisation, deliver fully on commitments made, and ensure that new technology serves people rather than replaces or undermines them. Let us remember, work is more than a contract. It's a source of dignity, stability and identity. And when we protect workers, we strengthen our economies, our communities and our country. So let us act, not cautiously, not partially, but decisively and together to make work truly pay now and for the future. Thank you.
Thank you to all the speakers. Put that to the vote. All those in favour of the special report, please show. Thank you. Anyone against? That's carried. Thank you. We are now really fortunate to have a couple of our own activist speakers address us this morning. And the first of which this morning is Robert Battle, who works for Nestlé. And we wanted to invite Robert to talk about the changing landscape of the manufacturing sector, particularly with how AI is being implemented. So, Robert, please come to the rostrum. Please welcome Robert to the rostrum.
President, Congress, My name is Robert Patel and I'm from the London region. I'm proud to be the GMB convener of Nestlé Purina. I'm speaking in support of the special report. Congress, it is heartbreaking to see colleagues, friends you have worked with for years lose their jobs and be replaced by robots. That can't be right, but that's what's happening at Nestlé and many other businesses around the UK. It's a terrifying version of the future, but it doesn't have to be this way. AI and robotics will change the world of work, just as much as the Industrial Revolution did. We can't stand in the way of progress, and AI is not the enemy. It generally can make work better. It opens incredible opportunities, but also carries huge risks. We can't leave this to companies to do the right thing, as we always know their priority will always be the bottom line. The government must legislate to protect workers' jobs and guarantee retaining and redeployment when it isn't possible. That's what needs to happen now at Nestlé before hundreds of workers are left behind. And we need to be honest about something else as well. Workers and reps are already finding practical ways to use the new technology in the workplace every single day. Not to replace people, but to strengthen their voice, improve communication, and make sure concerns are heard clearly. That tells you everything about the choice in front of us. This technology can be used to cut jobs and silence workers, or it can be used to support people, improve safety, and help working people do their jobs better. The difference is not the technology itself, but who controls it, who benefits from it, and whether workers have a real say on how it is introduced. In solidarity. Thank you.
Thank you, Robert. It's really good to hear from your first-hand experience. Thank you. Can I just remind people about chairs? I know it's really tight between the tables, but when people get up and move their chairs, they could just try and lift them, because otherwise that noise echoes around the hall. Thank you. We move on to industrial and economic policy. Could I have the movers of motion 130, 131, 132, 133 and 134 all down the front, please? And the mover of 130 onto the rostrum. That's Southern region, I think. Mover.
Jerry Hackett, Southern Region. Madam President, Congress. Today I want to speak to you about something fundamental, something that sits at the very heart of a functioning democracy: judges. Not the abstract idea of judiciary, but real people who carry out one of the most difficult and essential jobs in public life. Judges are entrusted with a simple but profound responsibility, and that's to uphold the law. Not to bend it, not to interpret it according to the mood of the day, not to satisfy the demands of politicians, the press, or the public. Their duty is to apply the law as it is written, without fear or favour, and without being swayed by who stands before them or who shouts the loudest outside the courtroom. And yet, in recent years, we've seen something deeply troubling. Judges, who should be protected from political pressure, are becoming targets of politicians who should know better, targets of commentators who should act responsibly, targets of members of the public who have been encouraged directly or indirectly to believe that judges are fair game for abuse and whenever a decision does not align with their personal views. This has become prevalent recently in cases of protest and immigration. We've reached a point where the Lady Chief Justice herself has felt compelled to speak out. expressing how deeply troubled she is by criticism from both the Prime Minister, the Leader of the Opposition and others over judicial remarks and case outcomes. When the most senior judge in the country feels necessary to the most senior judge in the country feels the need to publicly defend the independence of the judiciary, that should let alarm bells ringing for all of us. This is not normal, it's not healthy, and this is not how a mature democracy behaves. Judges are now being doorstepped, followed, filmed and harassed. Their families have been confronted in the street. They've been threatened simply for doing their job, a job that ironically protects the very freedoms that allow people to criticise them in the first place. Let's be absolutely clear, this is intimidation. And intimidation to the judiciary is a direct challenge to the rule of law. When politicians from all sides treat judges as convenient punch bags, when they attack them for decisions they don't like, rather than using the protective legislative channels to change the law, they undermine public confidence in the judicial system. They create an environment where judges are expected to look over their shoulders before delivering a judgment. And once that happens, the rule of law begins to erode. Our union has always stood for fairness, integrity and respect for public service. And we must use our voice loudly and consistently to remind politicians, the media and the public that judges are not political actors. They are not there to deliver the outcomes that suit the government of today or the opposition of today. They are there to deliver justice. We must say, without hesitation, the judges deserve to do their job free from intimidation, free from harassment, and free from political interference. Because when judges cannot do the job safely and independently, none of us are safe. None of our rights are secure. None of our freedoms are guaranteed. So let us stand firmly behind the judiciary, let us defend the rule of law, and let us make it clear that in this country, we do not allow those who uphold justice to become targets of those who seek to undermine it. I move this motion.
Well done, Jerry, just on time. Seconder, please.
Rob Borland, Southern Region, seconding motion 130. Madam President, Congress. Judges are workers. They are people doing a job, just like everyone sitting in this hall today. It's a job that carries real responsibility, real pressure, and at times very difficult decisions. As a trade union, we're clear about something. Our purpose is to make work better. That means standing up for workers, defending people from unfair treatment, and making sure people are safe at work, because every worker deserves that. We've all seen what happens when people are targeted simply for doing their job. What starts as criticism can quickly turn personal, and once that line is crossed, it creates a climate where people feel exposed and under pressure just for doing what they are meant to do. That's the risk here, because judges aren't politicians. They don't make law or set policy. Their role is to interpret the law and apply it to the facts in front of them. That's what they are there to do. Apologies. And yet we are seeing them being targeted for doing exactly that. When that kind of targeting takes hold, it undermines safety and it undermines confidence, not just for those doing the role, but in the system itself. As a trade union, we should be absolutely clear. All workers deserve safety, whether that's in a workplace or on a picket line or in a courtroom. No one should face intimidation or abuse for doing their job. This matters for our members as well. When people rely on the justice system, whether that's taking a case to tribunal or challenging unfair treatment, they need confidence that decisions are being made properly. If that confidence is weakened, the consequences are real. That's why this motion matters. It draws a clear line. Judges are not punch bags for frustration. Congress, we should stand up for that, and this motion calls for our national union to do just that. Congress, I second.
Well done, Rob. Mover of motion 131. 131.
Good morning, President, Congress. I'm Lisa Gilmore, moving motion 131 on behalf of London Region. First time delegate, first time speaker. Congress, should working for a Member of Parliament mean falling through the cracks of employment law? In the MPs and Peers staff branch, we have grown from a few hundred members to 1,500, with over 50 active reps and a 10-person executive. We see firsthand the barriers that stop too many staff from progressing on merit alone. I've worked as a parliamentary researcher for MPs for almost half a decade, and I've seen the inequality entrenched in our system, with inconsistent contracts, terms, protections and treatment based solely on which MP you work for, while placing employer responsibilities on MPs they didn't stand for election for and are not equipped to manage. If you tour the Houses of Parliament, you will hear a great deal about the building itself, the architecture and rich history. I should know, as I'm very often given these tours, but Congress, parliamentary staff are not in Parliament's history. Parliament never intentionally designed a system to employ staff. Instead, a system evolved as Parliament was forced to modernise. What began as small personal offices has grown into a workforce of nearly 5,000 people, with employment structures that belong to another era. The institution itself, however, does not recognise a body of thousands of staff. Instead, staff are legally employed in small teams of, on average, 6 people, encouraging all manner of poor employment practices to occur. You may have voted for your MP to represent your area, to stand up for constituents, and to make laws. What you may not have voted for your MP for, I'd be very surprised if you did, is to manage payroll, handle grievances, and interpret employment law for their small office team. Yet they are expected to do all of these things, taking time away from bettering the lives of all of us. Without central accountability, unfairness, insecurity, and inequality persists across a large national workforce. Equalities officers in our branch produced a report that revealed systemic inequalities in Parliament. It showed gaps between pay based on gender, ethnicity, disability, and age. And that is not acceptable, Congress. The home of our democracy needs to lead by example and have fair pay for all. What we are calling for, one employer, we know is a system that works. We look to Australia, New Zealand, and the European Parliament as examples of this system, working better for parliamentarians and their staff. We don't want to plaster on the cracks of a defunct structure, because an organisation is only as good as its employees. And we firmly believe that professionalising the job of working for an MP would lead to a better Parliament, a better democracy, and ultimately a better service to the country. Fundamentally, Parliament should live up to the values it legislates for others. We ask Congress, if you believe everyone should have an equal opportunity to progress in their career, then you should vote to call upon Parliament and the Speaker of the House of Commons to end the outdated employment model. We ask Congress to vote to improve the working lives of all staff working for Members of Parliament and vote for motion 131.
Well done, Lisa. Good, great first speech. And seconder?
President, Congress, Kathleen Clark, London Region. First-time delegate and first-time speaker. Thank you. The Houses of Parliament is home of our democracy and the workplace of 1,500 fantastic GMB members. These members serve their country in very challenging conditions. Challenging because the buildings in Westminster are crumbling all around them, but more accurately, because of the ancient working practices that they are forced to endure. You'll be surprised to hear that of the each 650 MPs sitting in Parliament today, there are 650 individual employers. To put it simply, Congress, there are 650 cooks and the broth is being spoilt. For many of these MPs, it's a role that they've never had before. While they sit in the House of Commons and they debate workers' rights, some are just not good bosses when it comes to their own staff. Let me now be specific. Due process isn't always followed or understood. Attempts to change working practices and even sack staff without consultation is commonplace. It's just not what we want from our members of Parliament. I have worked in Parliament for 3 years, and I know from personal experience how tough it is when a boss tries to circumvent the law for their own benefit. Congress, one Parliament and one employer puts a stop to that. We need your support. Please support this motion, Motion 131. Thank you.
Well done, Kathleen. Mover of 132.
Roweda Barkadell, Midlands Region, moving motion 132. First time delegate, first time speaker. Thank you. We have all seen the reality of trying to organise at Amazon. For years, the law hasn't just been inadequate, it has actively taken the side of the employer. As it stands, Amazon is legally allowed to bar our regional organisers and activists from stepping foot inside their warehouses. We are left standing outside the gates, trying to catch workers on their way into a shift, but they are terrified to stop because Amazon's harsh attendance sanctions mean a 2-minute delay could cost them their livelihood. So we try to catch them on their way out, but after a brutal, exhausting, soul-destroying shift on the warehouse floor, those workers are depleted. They aren't looking for a leaflet, they're looking for their beds. By locking us out, the law has allowed exploitative employers like Amazon to build a fortress of union busting. It has allowed them to peddle the corporate lie that the GMB is a third party, some outside force trying to disrupt their family. Let's be clear, we are not a third party, we are the workers organised. But when Amazon controls the entire physical space, they reinforce the ultimate anti-union message that they are all-powerful and that the collective is weak. But the tide is turning. With the Employment Rights Act, the ground is shifting beneath their feet. We are finally gaining statutory access provisions to enter these workplaces. But winning the law is only half the battle. Now we have to weaponise it, and we must learn the brutal lessons of the past. Look at what happened during the recognition ballot at Coventry in 2024. Amazon didn't just have unparalleled access to the workplace, they used it to wage psychological warfare. For every single meeting the GMB was allowed, Amazon forced workers into 10 captive audience anti-union meetings. They deliberately deployed managers from the same ethnic backgrounds as the workers, weaponizing cultural trust to spread corporate lies about our union. They flooded the bargaining unit by mass employing vulnerable migrant workers just to dilute our numbers. And they resorted to the oldest, dirtiest trick in the book, spreading malicious rumors that they would shut down the entire site if the GMB won recognition. That is what unparalleled access looks like in the hands of an exploitative giant. They used their total control of the building to intimidate, divide, and conquer. Never again. This motion resolves that the GMB will use our new access rights under the Employment Rights Act to launch a coordinated, prioritised organising drive across every Amazon warehouse in every region. But we are further resolving to ensure that access means a level playing field. Amazon cannot be allowed to drown out our voice with forced corporate propaganda and psychological manipulation. Amazon's wealth is built on the backs of our members. It is time we take our place inside their walls. Thank you.
Well done. Another powerful speech from a first-time delegate. Our first-time delegates are doing really well. Thank you. Seconder.
President, Congress, John Paul Westwood, Midlands Region, seconding motion 132. Congress, the underhanded tactics used at Amazon in Coventry show the struggles that we face as a union when trying to organise in workplaces that have deep pockets. We all welcome the new access rights for trade unions gained through the Employment Rights Bill and call on GMB to use those rights to take the fight to Amazon and all bad employers so that our members' voices are heard irrespective of the wealth of that business. We must ensure that these new laws are used so that the playing field is levelled for employees when standing up for their terms and conditions, fighting for recognition and fair pay. Never again can we allow for companies to use nefarious means to silence our workers. Congress, I second.
Thank you, John Paul. Mover of 133. Oh. See, it's that buzz. You get down, then you want to be back up again straight away.
Rueda Barkadale, Midlands Region, moving motion 133. I stand before you today not just as a delegate and not just as a GMB member. I stand before you as someone who is incredibly lucky to be standing here at all. Late last year, as the peak period approached, Amazon BHX4 in Coventry was preparing for its most profitable time of the year. But whilst bosses were counting their projected billions, a deadly crisis was brewing on the warehouse floor. Members started reaching out to GMB with growing terrified concerns. They were hearing whispers from colleagues that tuberculosis was spreading through the site. Amazon knew. We now know that they had been aware of the risks since 2024, but they chose silence. They chose to keep the lines moving, and because of their criminal negligence, I was exposed. By October, I was admitted to hospital. I spent weeks fighting for my life. That is the human cost of Amazon's greed. They are putting workers' lives on the line. We are supposed to be working in the 21st century, but walk into an Amazon warehouse and it feels like we have been dragged straight back to the 18th century. We are looking at a complete lack of basic protections for human beings on the shop floor. In the eyes of this multi-billion-pound corporation, workers are not human. They are treated as mere worthless, disposable objects to be used up and thrown away. This outbreak did not happen in a vacuum. It thrived because of a cynical, racist, and systemic employment strategy. Ever since the GMB started successfully organising in Coventry, Amazon deliberately shifted their recruitment practices. They began aggressively hiring migrant workers from outside of the UK, workers on temporary visas who may not fully know their rights, do not speak English, and who are easier for a corporation to intimidate. Because of low pay and insecure status, many live in cramped houses of multiple occupation, HMOs, the exact environment where TB flourishes. And what does Amazon do? They implement a punitive attendance policy. They refuse to pay full sick pay from day one. They effectively hold a gun to these workers' heads, forcing them to choose between coming to work with a deadly infectious Victorian disease or losing their livelihood. Many of these workers are not vaccinated against TB. Amazon knew this, and they chose to use them as disposable fuel for their profit machine. This isn't just bad management, it's methods verging on modern-day slavery. And what did Amazon do when the truth started to come out? They did the most despicable thing a ruthless employer would do. They weaponized prejudice. They played on ugly public perceptions. Through their silence, they allowed the idea of the migrant workforce being the cause of the TB outbreak to thrive. They tried to scapegoat a vulnerable, marginalized community to deflect blame from their own criminal negligence. But let's be clear, the migrant workforce did not bring this crisis to BHX4. Amazon's greed did. They created the perfect breeding ground for the disease. They forced sick people to work and then tried to use racism as a shield to absolve themselves of responsibility. It is a disgusting and divisive tactic. This is not just an Amazon issue. This is a public health emergency. By forcing infectious workers onto the shop floor, Amazon created a ticking time bomb for the wider community. They exposed visitors, delivery drivers, trade union reps, and the families of their staff. They failed in their duty of care to the workforce, and they showed a blatant, arrogant disregard for the safety of the public. When this crisis broke, the workers didn't sit back, they stood up. Through the GMB, members came forward with clear, reasonable, life-saving demands. It was a blueprint, and what did Amazon do? They ignored them. They looked at the workers' safety, they looked at the community's health, and they looked at their peak season profit margins, and they chose the money. They silenced workers, ignored the union, and kept the lines moving. And that is why we cannot just ask Amazon nicely anymore. That is why this motion is so vital. We need structural change to hold these rogue employers to account. This motion resolves to press for a direct, formal channel of communication between trade unions and the Health and Safety Executive. When a deadly outbreak occurs, we shouldn't have to wait for Amazon's permission to investigate. We need the power to trigger immediate independent inspections the moment a matter arises. Furthermore, we demand that the Fair Work Agency, once established, launches a full inquiry into Amazon's exploitative use of migrant workers, which verges on modern-day slavery. TB is still thriving in BHX4, and as
Can
we
you
sit
wind
here
up,
today,
please? I'm sorry, but can you wind up, please?
fellow members and the wider community are still at risk. Amazon think they're above the law, and they think our members are numbers on a spreadsheet, and I'm here to tell them we're human beings, we're a union, and we will fight back. Thank you.
Rita, that was another really powerful speech, and I'm really pleased that you're here now with us at Congress. Thank you for that. Seconder.
Thank you. So I'm Maggie Palmer. I'm from the Midlands region, and I'm here to speak in support of this motion. And we heard very tellingly of Ruida's ordeal, and it's brave of her to get up. But Amazon's callous behaviours towards their hard-pressed staff comes no surprise to anyone in this hall today, does it? But the front needed by the organisation to release a statement painting a legally enforced, mandated tracing and treatment exercise conducted by the UK Health Security Agency on that site as an abundance of caution, that really takes the biscuit. Without that exercise, 10 other individuals with latent TB, so it was in their system but they weren't infectious, likely may have gone on to become infectious and experience what Ruida did, likely severely affecting their health and those of others in their households and in wider communities. It's time to let our GMB health and safety reps provide for the welfare of their colleagues in the workplace, because Amazon certainly won't. Please support this motion. I second.
Thank you, Maggie. Mover of motion 134.
President, Vice President, Congress. Flavia Andrea, London Region, first-time delegate, first-time speaker. Moving motion 134. I rise to speak in support of this motion because fatigue is one of the most serious and most ignored safety risks in transport and warehousing. Across our industry, workers are routinely scheduled for 12-hour shifts and systematically exceeding that, under the false argument that a driver can work up to 15-hour day, with start times at 2 a.m., 3 a.m., and 4 a.m. These are not occasional exceptions. They are built into work rota as standard practice. And when accidents happen, when vehicles are damaged, when workers are injured, fatigue is treated as an individual failing rather than an industrial responsibility. Fatigue and excessive work hours contribute to roughly 1 in 5 crashes overall. But in delivery and multi-drop work, that figure rises with accidents risk at almost 70% higher where drivers are to work 12, 15 hours a day, often for unpaid overtime, exactly the pressure we are talking about today. Congress, fatigue is not a choice. It is a predictable outcome of long hours, night work, and inadequate rest. Scientific evidence is clear. Working through the night or in the early hours significantly reduces reaction time, decision-making, ability, and concentration. Fatigue impairs judgment in the same way as alcohol, yet would never allow someone to drive a vehicle or operate a machinery under the influence. In transport and warehousing, the consequences are severe. Increased road traffic collisions, higher rates of workplace injuries and near misses, long-term health conditions, including cardiovascular disease, sleep disorder, and mental health. Employers cannot continue to demand maximum availability while ignoring minimum safety. When overtime is unpaid or poorly paid, workers are pressured to work longer hours to make a living. When night work carries no proper premium, it becomes normalized regardless of the risk. Congress, this motion calls for recognition of fatigue as an industrial hazard that must be controlled, not ignored. That means safer shift lengths and start time, proper rest and recovery periods, mandatory paid premiums for night works and overtime, meaningful consultation with workers and unions on shift planning. This is about saving lives on the road, in the yard, in the warehouses. I strongly encourage Congress to support this motion and send a clear message. Safety must become before profit, and fatigue must never be treated as acceptable collateral. Thank you, Congress.
Well done, Flavio. Another great speech. Seconder 134.
Congress, President, Paul McCartney, London Region, still a first-time delegate, but a second-time speaker. Seconding motion 134, maximum 10-hour working day in multi-drop transport. What seems to be common practice by many transport employers is the need to work up to 15 hours per day, every day, to maximise profit in a struggling industry. Rates of some experienced HGV Class 1 drivers are in line with minimum wage, meaning there is a need to work as many hours as possible to get a living wage. Many of these long hours are caused by inefficient planning teams and the customers not showing up for their delivery. Drivers are forced to wait around in weather as hot as we've just seen, sweltering in truck cabs, and in many cases, their second home for 5 nights each week. Imagine a tired driver in charge of a 44-ton piece of metal moving at approximately 56 miles an hour on the motorway. During COVID, delivery drivers were called heroes, but not anymore, and many are leaving the industry. This is why a maximum 10-hour working day in multi-drop transport is necessary. Let's help rebuild this industry and support motion 134. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Does anybody want to speak in opposition to any of those motions? No? In that case, can I ask Dave Flanagan to respond on behalf of the CEC?
President, Congress, Dave Flanagan, Blackpool, the clouds have been cleared, it's sunny outside for lunch. So. Dave Flanagan responding to motions 130, 131 and 134 on behalf of the CEC. Firstly, on motion 130, the CEC supports the motion with a qualification. The motion's call could be interpreted as calling on Congress to direct national staff to lobby on this issue on every occasion they engage with MPs and ministers. Instead, the CEC believes that the call of this motion can be best actioned as part of the GMB's political advocacy, which is led by regional and national GMB political teams. On motion 131, the CEC believes that this motion can be supported with a qualification, as it's calling for greater employment rights rather than for specific measures that can be addressed by a relevant joint industrial committee, of which there is none for our members in this sector. The branch has explained that the motion is calling for an Act of Parliament which is needed to create a single employer model found in other parliaments around the world, so that GMB members working for MPs in the Westminster Houses of Parliament can bargain and agree standardised pay and conditions with one responsible body, rather than currently where staff are employed by 650 individual MPs with separate contracts. HR practices and office cultures. The CEC's qualification that the motion should not bind the hands of members working in other parliaments to campaign for the same employment model if they do not wish to. On motion 134, the CEC supports the motion with a qualification. In principle, we are supportive of a reduction of hours with no loss of pay in those in logistics. Our qualification is that it will be down to local negotiations to determine the hours if they wish to take up this campaign. Therefore, Congress, the CEC is supporting with qualifications motions 130, 131 and 134.
Cheers, thank you, David. Before I go to the vote, can I have movers and seconders of 135, 136, 138 and 140 down to the front, please? Does Southern Region accept the qualification on 130? Yes, thank you. Does London accept the qualifications on 131 and 134? Yes? Yes. Thank you. So I'll go to the vote. All those in favour of motion 130, please show. Thank you. All those against? That's carried. All those in favour of motion 131, please show. Thank you. All those against? That's carried. All those in favour of motion 132, please show. Thank you. Anyone against? That's carried. All those in favour of motion 133, please show. Thank you. Anybody against? That's also carried. All those in favour of motion 134, please show. Thank you. Anyone against? That's carried. Thank you.
Please, can I have the speakers for motion 135, please?
President, Vice President, Congress. I'm moving motion 135. This motion exists because employers are cheating legally, deliberately, and systematically. Across transport and logistics, night work has not been removed. It has been repackaged to dodge the law. Workers are starting at 2 a.m., 3 a.m., doing physically demanding, safety-critical jobs, driving heavy vehicles, unloading stock, meeting impossible deadlines. Everyone knows this is night work, but companies design shift to stop just before 3 hours of night work. 3, 5, 15 minutes short, not by accident, but by design. And at 3 hours, employers will have to accept responsibility. At 3 hours, the law kicks in. So instead, they shave off minutes and deny workers night worker status, health protection, and premium pay. This is not compliance. This is exploitation through technicality. Let's be clear. Fatigue doesn't follow HR policies. The human body doesn't reset at 6 a.m. And risk doesn't disappear because spreadsheet says it should. Yet, those workers are then kept on shift for 12, 13 hours and more. Overtime is standard. But because of this loophole, there is no night premium, no recognition of the damage being done, and no fairness pay. Congress, the law was written to protect workers, not to be used as a weapon against them. This motion demands that night work be recognized by reality of the job, not a stopwatch. It demands mandatory premium pay for unsociable hours and overtime. And it demands that loophole be closed so workers cannot be robbed of their rights on clever scheduling. Because dignity at work should never depend on missing a legal threshold by 3 minutes. Congress, if we believe in fairness, safety, and respect, then we must back this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, W. Can I have the seconder, please?
Anne-Louise Hillier, London Region. First-time delegate, first-time speaker. Second in motion 135. Workers that contracts require them to work unsociable hours are being ripped off. Long-term night shift work is associated with reduced life expectancy and accelerated biological aging, with some studies suggesting a potential reduction in lifespan or increased early death risk. It is linked to higher risk of cardiovascular disease, cancer, obesity, and diabetes, often driven by sleep disorder. A fair financial reward for the risk that are linked to night work shouldn't be a requirement to be offered or fought for. It should be given a given law. Working on Sundays and bank holidays has a huge impact on family time and should be paid accordingly. We call for it to be mandatory for night work to be paid at time plus 33%, Sunday working time plus 50%, working bank holidays, double time and overtime, contractual pay plus 50%. I second, please support.
Well done, Anne Louise. Can I have the speaker for motion 136, please?
President, Congress, Nathan Bell, North East Yorkshire and the Humble region move in motion 136. Brothers and sisters, I want you to close your eyes for a second and imagine a magical shield. A shield so powerful it deflects falling boxes. An armour so thick it repels leaking battery acid. A mystical force field that protects you from spinal injuries when lifting heavy loads. What's that? Where can you get one of these miraculous magical armours? You don't. You get one free the moment a multi-million-pound delivery giant hands you a self-employed contractor agreement. According to the bosses at companies like Every, the moment you sign that piece of paper, your bones become titanium, your eyes become shatterproof, and your back is suddenly immune to manual handling injuries. But I know the truth. The words self-employed are not armour. They are a legal loophole used by greedy employers to systematically abdicate their basic responsibilities. Every single day, GMB members are out there sorting and delivering parcels. And what are they handling? It's not just clothes and birthday presents. It's industrial cleaning products, butane gas, car batteries, hydrochloric acid, 17-kilo parcels. And they're doing it in their own trainers, without eye protection, without a single minute of proper manual handling training provided by a company that is making millions of pounds off their backs. It is a disgrace. As my motion says, a parcel does not care about the employment status of the person carrying it. A bottle of hydrochloric acid leaking in your vehicle doesn't check your tax status before it burns through your skin. A crush injury is actually more devastating to a contractor than to a direct employee, as a direct employee would at least get sick pay and a union line claim. Comrades, we are witnessing a health and safety lottery, and currently the House is always winning. By passing this motion, we are telling the companies the game is up. Our members are asking, no, demanding, that the GMB, 1, challenges these employers directly. If you profit from the labour, you provide the boots. 2, launches a safety campaign to drag these dangerous conditions out of the dark and into the public's eye. 3, works with other unions to lobby the government for a worker status that automatically triggers full health and safety protections. We've got to end this bogus self-employment once and for all. And 4, supports legal claims against any company that lets a self-employed worker or contractor get injured just to save a few quid on a pair of safety glasses. Health and safety should be a fundamental right for anyone who breaks a sweat to make a living. It should not be a corporate luxury reserved only for those with the right contract. The CEC will say that some of this motion was covered by motion 114, adopted at Congress 2025, but nothing has happened since then in the self-employed delivery sector, which is why it's so important to support this motion. Let's end the loophole. Let's protect our people. Thank you, Congress. I move.
I have a second for motion 136, please.
Good morning, Congress. I'm Neil Riley from the Beverley branch in the great northeast of Yorkshire and Humber. First-time speaker, first-time delegate. First of all, I feel I need the importance to tell you this is my first performance since I played the third shepherd from the left in the school nativity play in 1974. I'm standing to second motion motion 136. I spent my whole life as a professional driver, driving HGVs, buses, coaches, and at this moment in time I take children to school who need that little extra help to get through the door, and also driving 10 children to and from hospitals and hospices and care. In all of these jobs I have worked with a set of rules kept in place to keep me and the wider public safe at all times. I have to limit my driving hours. My vehicle is licensed and regulated, and I'm regulated but also protected. But when I compare this to my brother-in-law, who works delivering packages for Every, Amazon and so forth, it seems a bit of a lottery for him. He tells me stories of pressure on his driving hours, on his ability to perform his daily routine. I'm going a bit off script here, by the way. I apologise. What's really obvious to me is his mental health and his well-being on himself and his family. The pressure to carry out these simple tasks. It should be a human right for everybody. When I needed to realise the pressure, I could stop driving overseas or reduce my hours and so forth and so on. But my brother-in-law just doesn't have this at all, which means bad bosses can exploit them, effectively stop them raising health and safety concerns to keep their job. Congress, health and safety is a cornerstone of our environment. Every worker, regardless of employed or self-employed, needs help and needs Congress to support them. That is why today I am seconding this motion. So please support the motion for me and Nathan. Thank you very much.
Well done, Neil. Can I have the speaker for motion 138, please? Seconder, sorry.
Hello, my name is Khushi Mohammed, Midland Region. I'm a first-time delegate, first-time speaker. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I am an Uber driver. Yeah, I am here to behalf of every member who work on an app, demands their labor, but deny any responsibility of their welfare, well-being. This Congress believes that the health and support of gig economy workers matters, and anyone working on an app deserves protection. Food delivery drivers working are denied access. Restaurant, when we collecting the food, restaurant make us stand outside all weathers, denying us access to the toilet or to get water. In city center, when we are working, so many times we are trying to get robbed, attacked by the thieves. They're trying to steal our bikes and food. We are attacked, robbed, and degraded, and the companies who are profiting from our labor do not care. Congress, it does not have to be this way. Uber taxi drivers, Birmingham Airport, we're having to wait for working in squalid condition in the NCP operated car park, where can deserve to be the head for the pay for the, it does was to be seized for the driving facilities here. Facilities, and they had to be paid for, you're forced to have to pay for the freezing drop and the 30. And this demand and have to be seeking for the members, for the praying for the floors. On the Eid day, for the Eid pray, they are praying on the floor. Congress, this way unacceptable, or our member declined for the something they camping for the this way they want. They now here to be clean for the toilet and have to be there slide and set on the further improvement. We are calling upon Congress to adopt a policy to the campaign for the necessary facilities for the gig economy workers to be keep us to safe and provide hubs in the city center where the food delivery drivers courier can safely wait for the work. Gig economy platform must be also be held to the account for the health and safety of their workers. I argue Congress to support this mention. I more. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Well done, Kushi. Can I have the seconder, please, for motion 138? Well done.
Good morning, President, Congress. Mel Sanderson, Midland Region, first-time delegate, first-time speaker, seconding motion 138. I would like to bring to your attention the ongoing issue that is occurring across our region on a daily basis for outside workers. Let me start by telling you a story. Imagine you're at work and you're about to take a break and you need to use the restroom. When you notice it's pouring it down with rain, the wind is blowing and you think, I'm so glad I'm not out there. Now imagine you're us, soaking wet, and the nearest facility is 15 minutes away by driving. And when you get there, they're closed. So, let me ask you, how would you feel if that was your relative who is soaked to the skin and the nearest facility is either locked because of staff shortages or not available to you because you don't work there? So let me explain why what I mean. Here's a few. Emergency services that are not allowed to use it because they're not based there. Refuge workers that are out in rural villages that don't even have a shop, might have a GP surgery but are refused because we don't work there. Another example, care in the community. Refused at Costa Coffee Shop because they wouldn't buy a coffee first. I mean, in this day and age, shouldn't we be making sure that in this society we all have the right to good use, dry, clean facilities, whether we work there or not? Isn't this just basic human rights? I could go on, but the message I want to get across is that no matter whether you work outside and does not work in an office-based environment should have the right to facilities. And although this isn't a legal requirement in some places, it's about dignity and basic human rights. Not just maybe, but a must. Congress, I ask you to support this motion and campaign to help all non-based workers to have access to a radar key, which is this. This would mean that they can access appropriate facilities even if they're closed. The key could be signed in for each and every day. Please support this motion 138.
Another fantastic speech from a first-time speaker. Well done, Melanie. Can we have the seconder, please? Oh, that was. Sorry, my apologies. Okay. London Region, do you support with qualification? Okay. Thank you. Can I have speakers for motion 140, please?
President, Vice President, Congress, Ali Haydor, Southern Region. Moving motion 140, protect job losses due to driverless taxi and private hire. Congress, over 300,000 jobs nationally at risk, yet very little in place to protect these workers during this transition. There are currently no meaningful laws to protect or safeguard against job losses and loss of earnings. Driverless rides will soon be operating in London. The impact on our members cannot be ignored. Congress, we hear a lot from the politicians on the right about people not working or relying on benefits, yet they are the ones happy to collect millions from crypto billionaires. They rarely point fingers at Silicon Valley. They don't talk about the tech bros or the rich, yet large firms driving the rapid expansion of AI and driverless service, replacing human workers and potentially pushing thousands into unemployment and poverty. Congress, the gig economy firms present driverless taxis as progress. They tell us this technology will increase efficiency, reduce costs, and benefit to society. But Congress, progress for whom? For our members, it could mean reduced earnings, fewer jobs, and workers being pushed out of an industry they helped to build, with little protection and no guarantee of its future. We also have serious concerns about safety and the wider consequences of introducing driverless vehicles on our roads. Congress, the Transport Minister recently welcomed the idea of driverless service, but there was very little mention of workers whose livelihoods are online. That is what concerns our members, the lack of care and urgency from this government. Congress, technology will continue to develop, but workers should not be expected to carry all the risk while companies take all the rewards. Innovation must not come at the expense of jobs, pay, security. It must not leave working people, our members, behind, facing financial hardship while fat cats profit. Congress, this motion calls on the government to act now, put proper safeguards in place to protect jobs, protect pay, and ensure that workers are not left behind by AI. Congress, no human jobs means no union members, means no unions. Congress, please support the motion and fight back against this hard drive. I move.
Seconder, please.
President, Vice President, Congress. I second motion 140. Congress, this motion is more than technology. It's more about people, jobs and fairness. We are constantly told that technology is inevitable and we should simply accept it. But workers should not be expected to carry all the risks and companies take all the rewards. Our members have spent years, in some cases decades, working in private hire taxi industries. They paid taxes, support their families and provided essential services to the public. Now they've been told that driverless technology is the future. Yet there is no clear plan for their workers and their livelihoods are at risk. If over 300,000 jobs could be affected, but there is no proper strategy for what's going to happen to protect those workers. This means protecting jobs, protecting earnings, and ensuring workers are not left behind. The government has been quick to welcome driverless vehicles, but it must also recognise its responsibilities for the workers who keep our transport moving. Congress, we cannot allow the situation where workers are pushed out of their industries with no support. This is why this motion matters. I urge Congress to stand with our members, support this motion and send a clear message. Thank you, Congress. I second.
Thank you. So London Region, you've already agreed that you support with qualification. Yes? Brilliant, thank you. North East Yorkshire and Humber, do you support with qualification? Okay, can I ask Carol to speak on behalf of the CEC, please?
President, Vice President, Carol Clarkson, speaking on behalf of the CEC on motions 135, 136 and 138, which we are supporting with qualification. Motion 135 proposes new parameters in working day for those in the logistics sector. The motion also ensures that this would not override local negotiations, which is helpful. Our small qualification is that to make effective, we would need decent membership levels before campaigning, and that members should be able to determine the right working day for them. In principle, we support a reduction in hours. On motion 136, much of this motion has been covered by motion 144, adopted at Congress in 2025, which we are campaigning on with the membership we have affected. We also will naturally take on cases where our members have been hurt through no fault of their own while working where appropriate. Our qualification is that there needs to be a wider consultation with our members over worker status and weigh up a position which satisfies the breadth of the views before engaging with lobbying. Motion 138. This is a great motion for regions to campaign on local and engage with their own relevant authorities. The small qualification is that this will need to be regional or branch level campaign, as there is no national lobby to engage with. To sum it up, Congress, please support these motions with the qualifications, motions 135, 136 and 138. Thank you.
Okay, can I ask the speakers for motion 142, 143, 145, 146, 147 to please come up? Okay. Does London accept qualification on motion 135? Thank you. Does North East Yorkshire and Humber accept qualification on 136? Thank you. Does Midlands accept qualification on 138? Thank you. CEC supporting 140 from Southern. So, all those in favour of motion 135? Thank you. And anyone against? That's carried. All those in favour of motion 136? Thank you. Anyone against? That's carried. All those in favour of motion 138? Thank you. Anyone against? That's carried. And CC supporting 140, so we'll move on. Okay, all those in favour of motion 140? Anyone against? Okay, that's carried. Thank you. Can we have the speaker of motion 142, please?
President, Congress, Gavin Norcross, Wales and South West Region. Move in motion 142, first time delegate, first time speaker. Every single day in the UK, more than 2,000 incidents of violence and abuse are reported in retail. Every day, around 70 of those incidents involve weapons. These are not statistics, these are our members, our colleagues, people who went to work that morning and expected to come home safely and didn't know if they would. Retail workers are being placed on the front line of a growing crisis, organised retail crime, less escalating aggression and increasing life-threatening violence involving knives and other weapons. And when the worst happens, when someone is bleeding heavily, seconds matter, not minutes, seconds. Because in those critical moments, before emergency services can arrive, the difference between life and death often comes down to one thing. Do we have the right equipment and do we know how to use it? Congress, bleed kits save lives. That is not an opinion, that's fact. But a bleed kit locked in a cupboard without training, without confidence, without a plan, that's not safety. That is responsibility pushed onto workers without support, and that is unacceptable. This is where our union shows what it stands for. Let me tell you about Brenda Wright, a GMB representative at Asda in Whitchurch. Brenda didn't wait for policy to catch up. She didn't accept that violence was just part of the job. She organised, she fought, she fundraised, and she secured bleed kits in her workplace as a vital safety measure. And because of that determination, because of union action, this initiative didn't stop at one store, it spread across Asda stores throughout the UK. Lives are safer today because one GMB rep said enough is enough. That is what collective strength looks like, that is what a union does. But let me be clear, we should not have to rely on fundraising to keep workers safe. So we say this clearly, if there is a risk of serious violence, and there is, then workplaces must have bleed kits. And if there are bleed kits, then workers must have proper training, not as a tick box exercise, but with regular refreshers and clear emergency protocols that put the safety of workers first. Congress, this is bigger than one company, bigger than one workplace. This is about national standards. This is about using our initiative in political strength, demanding change, not tomorrow, not eventually, but now. We must campaign for bleed kits in every retail store and public-facing workplace. And we must proudly share the story of Brenda Wright and others like her, not as an exception, but as proof of what we can achieve when we stand together. Because at the heart of this motion is a simple truth. Every worker deserves to go home safe, every member deserves protection, and every life is worth saving. Congress, let us lead, let us act, and let us make workplaces safer for our members and for the public we serve. Thank you.
Well done, Gavin. Can I have the seconder, please? Thank you. Can I have the speaker for motion 143, please? Thank you. Any seconder? Thank you. Can I have the speaker for motion 145, please?
Threw me a bit. President, Vice President, Congress and GMB family. London Region, S71, Aviation Sector, Mike Reynolds, first-time delegate, first-time speaker. We welcome the support given by Congress last year, supporting the aviation sector in its campaign against abuse of airport workers. Following a national campaign, a delegation visited Westminster for a meeting with a Labour minister last year. 1 year on, we continue to see members suffering from violence and abuse directed at them by disruptive passengers. We recently reported 6 physical assaults at London Stansted Airport alone. I won't go into details because they are quite distressing. We welcome the Crime and Policing Bill going through Parliament, which protects retail and emergency workers and includes a specific offence of assaulting retail workers. Offenders could face 6 months in prison and/or an unlimited fine, and courts could impose a criminal behaviour order. We would like to see a common banning list introduced across all airports and operators. We believe that police prosecution should be mandatory with a lifetime ban across all UK airports. Congress, we call for the use of body-worn cameras for all of our personnel at airports around the regions so that footage can be used as evidence to secure prosecution, and also it would act as a deterrent on a daily basis. Congress, we need your support to help to bring to the end the suffering of our hard-working members in the aviation sector. As our colleagues said earlier, nobody deserves to go to work to get assaulted. I move this. Thank you.
Do we have a seconder, please?
President, Vice President, Congress. Andrew Hewitt, London Region, seconding motion 145. I represent workers at Heathrow Airport, so I was glad when I found out Stansted branch was moving a motion on this ongoing campaign, because my branch had considered putting a similar motion forward. Since this campaign was launched in Parliament late March 2025, I am sure that all individuals, MPs and representatives that were there and participated were keen to see progress on this issue of abuse and violence within the aviation sector. As it would seem, abuse and violence has become so prevalent across society. So as retail workers are getting an increased protections, to put it simply, all this campaign demands is parity of prosecution. All we ask for is equality under the law. Please support this motion.
Can I have the Speaker for motion 146, please?
Only me. Congress, President, Vice President. Mike Reynolds, first-time delegate, second-time Speaker. Thank you. I'm sure many of you have jetted away around the globe without a second thought for how the flight is prepared for departure so quickly and the dangers that it involves. Our members are risking their health and well-being on a daily basis to provide underwing services to airlines, and many are doing so with cancer without even knowing it. Working outside on highly reflective concrete surfaces next to metallic and glass buildings and with reflections from aircraft surfaces and vehicles, they're exposed to much higher than average levels of UV radiation. The airport authorities don't even allow them to take more than 100 mils of sunblock to work with them, and not many people will pay airport prices to protect themselves with it. Due to low wages, employers use the excuse that if they supply some, people may have skin allergies. When the aircraft taxis in, the engines will be sending exhaust vapours over a very wide area. Many regional airports don't even have blast fences to contain any blasts. On shutdown, cooling engines emit vapours and cooling brakes do the same. Add to this the diesel fumes from ground service equipment, the fuel for the aircraft, hydraulic fluid, de-icer in winter, and our members are being exposed to a cocktail of chemicals and carcinogens by ingestion as well as fine particles via skin contact. Civil aviation ground crews are largely a transient workforce, given the heavy workload and the gruelling shift work it involves. But it's becoming more apparent that there's a large number of long-service staff and ex-workers who have to battle cancer. In fact, we've got one with us today with about 30 years of service who's just won his personal battle. So good luck with that, Wayne. We call on the government to produce a detailed study on mitigating carcinogenic risks within civil aviation. make routine screening of aviation ground handling workers compulsory after 5 years service. As most blood cancers show up after 10 to 20 years, routine screening will allow quicker, more effective intervention, and compulsory time off for employees to attend cancer-related appointments. GMB is leading the way with its register on cases regarding this and also on dust exposure. Congress, I urge you to support this motion in order to safeguard our members from this killer, which is very much going under the radar. Motion 146, thank you, I move.
Do we have a second for 146, please?
Good afternoon, Congress. I join you as a first-time delegate and first-time speaker. When passengers look out of their cabin windows, filled with excitement as they're about to begin their journey, their holiday, they will look out and they would see some of the tens of thousands of workers who made their journeys possible. What they don't see is the invisible toxic fumes that are being breathed in by those workers. Our members are the backbone of the aviation sector in this country. Keeping planes moving in all weathers, our aviation crews are exposed to a cocktail of aviation fuels and particulate matter. They are also exposed to prolonged exposure to solar radiation, increasing the risk of cancer. Some studies even showed that aviation crews are 10 times at risk compared to other workers. And even now, the MOD is doing a study on the impact on diesel fumes on MOD workers. Congress, this is unacceptable. No worker should be poisoned for simply earning a living. They deserve to go home after their shifts just as healthy as they started them. Therefore, I urge Congress to support this motion 146. Thank you.
Can we have the Speaker for motion 147, please?
President, Vice President, Congress. Andrew Hewitt, London Region, moving motion 147. On the 14th of December 2023, with only 2 weeks' notice, GMB members were informed by Heathrow Airport that staff car park charges were increasing by 200%. In June 2024, at Congress, I moved a motion that passed calling on the GMB to lobby Heathrow, the Civil Aviation Authority and Parliament to reverse this injustice. I warned we were losing members over this, and we did lose quite a few. After 2 years of campaigning and lobbying, charges were reduced or have been reduced by less than 20%. And it has become clear that significant change can only be achieved from the top down. Airport authorities can otherwise always claim it is out of their control. Congress, I ask that we continue to press for fair and proportionate car park charges and charging models based on actual use, avoiding disproportionate impacts on part-time, sick or parental leave workers within aviation. Congress, I move.
May the seconder for motion 147, please?
President, Vice President, and Congress. I think the last time I was a delegate was in 2009 in Blackpool. Congress, today I stand before you to shed light on an urgent issue affecting thousands of hardworking individuals at the Heathrow Airport, an issue that strikes at the very heart of fairness and dignity in workplace. Heathrow is one of the busiest aviation hubs in the world, continue to break passenger records. Yet, behind this success, many of the airport essential workers Security officers, cleaners, baggage handlers, and support staff face a growing financial burden. This recent increase in staff parking fees is not just a minor inconvenience, it's a direct threat to the livelihoods of those who's keeping Heathrow running smoothly. For many of these workers, public transport is not an option due to irregular shifts, early or late hours. Car is the only viable means of traveling. Therefore, I urge this Congress to support the motion calling on government and civil aviation to interfere. We must ensure that Heathrow financial success does not translate into financial hardship for its workers. Reversing or adjusting parking fees increase will provide immediate relief, demonstrate respect for front workers. Let us stand together, shift priorities back to fairness, respect, and basic economic dignity. Thank you.
Is anyone opposing any of these motions? Okay, Ruth, on behalf of CEC.
President, Congress, Ruth Pitchford of the CEC, responding to motions 143, 145 and 147. Turning first to motion 143, whilst we have significant retail membership, it is concentrated the most in Asda. We would need to assess whether we have the membership density of young workers across the sector to help campaign nationally. But there will be some natural limitations where there is existing recognition agreements with sister trade unions. This is why we are asking that this motion be referred so the relevant industrial committees can make that assessment. On motion 145, the CEC supports the motion but with a qualification. We have long campaigned against violence and abuse directed at aviation and airport workers. As reference, we are running an ongoing Airport Workers Against Abuse campaign. The qualification is our Airport Workers Against Abuse campaign was established by a cross-region nation rep and organiser, the campaign group, and we believe that specific examples of campaign demands and strategy should be run through and closely aligned with that existing group so that we have a consistent message and strategy. Finally, on motion 147, the CEC shares the motion's concerns about the escalating cost of staff car parking at UK airports and supports the call for a fairer model. Charges of the kind imposed at Heathrow have a direct impact on low-paid shift workers who often have no feasible alternative to driving due to the unsociable hours required by aviation rules. The qualification is the motion calls on GMB to lobby the government and CAA to change the funding formula to airport car parks. While GMB can and will lobby for fair charging structures and regulatory oversight, we cannot commit to a specific statutory or regulatory redesign of the funding formula, as this may involve wider questions of transport policy, planning and airport governance. Therefore, Congress, we are asking that motion 143 be referred and motions 145 and 147 be supported with the qualifications I have set out. Thank you.
Thank you, Rhea. So does Wales and South West agree to refer motion 143? Yes. Wales and South West, do you agree to refer motion 143? Thank you. Does London Region accept qualification on 145? And 147? Thank you. And the CEC supporting motion 142 and 146. Before I continue, can I ask the speakers for motions 151, 154, 156, 157, 158 to please come up the front. Can I also take your votes on motion 142 for all those in support? Thank you. Anyone against? Okay, that's carried. Motion 145. Can all of those of you in support? Thank you. Anyone against? That's carried. Motion 146, all of those of you in support? Brilliant. Thank you. Anyone against? And that's carried. And motion 147, all of those of you in support? Brilliant. And anyone against? And that's carried. Thank you.
Thank you, Sonia. Can I have the mover of motion 151, please? We're on to industrial and economic policy, private section.
Yes, magic that. President, Congress, Michael Charlton, GMB Scotland, moving motion 151, sector pay, real living wage and fair recognition for security work. President, with your indulgence, before I begin, I would like to make you aware of industrial action taking place today in Scotland. GMB members employed by GXO Logistics are on strike at BAE Systems, shipyards in Govan, Scotstoun, with further action planned at Linwood and Eurocentral later this week. Congress, these workers supply the tools, materials and equipment that keep shipbuilding moving on Clyde. They're fighting for a fair pay recognition for the value of their work and action to close the long-standing gap between outsourced support staff and workers directly employed by BAE. GMB asks delegates from every region of our union to send solidarity to those members. Congress, their fight is our fight and they have the full solidarity of all GMB. I've cut down a bit on my speech. President, Congress, security officers are too often treated as though they are low-skilled, low-value and easy to replace. That is not the reality of the job. Security officers protect workplaces, they protect staff, they protect the public. They manage conflict, they deal with abuse, they work nights, weekends and public holidays. They're often the first person called when something goes wrong and the last person left holding the line when a situation becomes dangerous. Congress, that is skilled work. Too often the pay does not reflect the risk, the responsibility or the professionalism of their role. Across the industry, workers are still being paid at or near minimum rates. It drives turnover. It pushes experienced officers out of the sector, weakening retention, leaves sites less safe, less stable and less prepared. Congress, you cannot build a safe workplace on poverty pay. And you cannot keep experienced security officers if every contract is awarded on the basis of who can do it the cheapest. If a worker is trusted to protect their workforce, that worker should be paid properly. If a worker is expected to manage conflict, deal with abuse, work on sociable hours, their pay should recognise that responsibility. Congress, if a contract is valuable enough for clients and contractors to profit from it, it is valuable enough to provide decent wages and decent conditions for the people doing the work. The real living wage should be the floor, not the ceiling. Security workers should be paid at least at the real living wage. Proper enhancements for nights, weekends and public holidays. They should have decent sick pay. Naturally, they should have access to unions and they should have fair treatment written into their contracts, especially Congress, where public money is involved. This motion calls for a GMB-wide campaign for decent pay and security. It calls for national guidance to help branches build stronger pay claims using comparators that show the real value of the job. It calls for sectoral bargaining and fair pay agreements, bringing unions to the table. This industry will not be fixed site by site, contract by contract. Security work needs fair recognition. Security officers need fair pay. Congress, I move.
Thank you, Michael, and our solidarity to those workers in Scotland taking strike action. Seconder? Formally, thank you, Scotland. Mover of 154.
President, Congress, Michael Davidson, GMB Scotland, moving motion 154. The climate crisis is not something to worry about in 10 years. It's here now, and gas workers know it.
They know that the energy system has to change. They know the country needs cleaner energy. They know emissions have to come down. They know that the way we heat our homes and power our economy will look different in the years ahead. But they also know something else. Homes will still need to be heated, bills still need to be paid, and they know the gas network still matters. They know that a transition that destroys skilled jobs before new work is ready is not a just transition, it is merely managed decline. And they know, across the gas industry, GMB members have the skills this country needs. They maintain the network, they keep homes warm, they respond when things go wrong. They do safety-critical work in every part of the country, in difficult conditions, when households are already under pressure, and often when failure would have serious consequences. Those workers should not be treated as yesterday's workforce. Rather, they should be central to the next stage of the energy transition. Because the skills in the gas industry are not obsolete, they are essential. The workers who understand networks, safety, installation, maintenance, emergency response, and domestic heating are exactly the workers we will need if the transition is to be delivered safely, affordably, and at scale. That means serious investment in hydrogen. It means preparing the gas network for hydrogen and blended fuels, and it means supporting hydrogen-ready boilers, keeping options open for households in the future. It means proper trials, proper funding, and a serious skills plan for workers who will deliver the transition in practice. Congress, we cannot build a future energy system by writing off the workers who keep the system running now. Politicians cannot talk about hydrogen while failing to invest in the infrastructure that it would actually need. They cannot fob off workers by telling them that new jobs are coming while giving them no means to get them. In Congress, affordability matters too. My members see it every day when they speak to energy customers. Millions are already struggling with rising energy costs. For many families, the question is not whether their heating system sounds impressive in a government strategy document. The question is whether they can even afford to turn it on. A heating policy that offers ordinary families something they cannot afford will fail. A transition that leaves vulnerable households colder will fail. And a transition that puts costs onto working people while offering them no security in return will not command public support. Energy security matters as well. We cannot pretend that the UK can just switch off all oil and gas overnight while relying on gas for years to come. Importing more from elsewhere does not protect jobs, does not lower bills, and does not make the transition fairer. It simply exports responsibility, exports work, and leaves this country more dependent on hostile state actors at exactly the point when energy security should be treated as a national priority. Congress, this motion calls for a realistic energy plan. Cleaner energy, secure jobs, affordable heating, investment in hydrogen, and a future for a skilled gas workforce. This is not resistance to change. This is the only way that change will work. Congress, our members can help build a green future for Britain, but they need a plan, not slogans, investment, not uncertainty. Workers deserve a transition that protects jobs, keeps homes warm, and tackles the climate crisis. I move.
Thank you, Michael. Just in time before I ask you to stop. Second of 154, please.
President, Congress, Dylan Law, I can't even say my own name. Dylan Ross, first time delegate, first time speaker. GMB Scotland, second in motion 154. Congress, I am pleased to second this motion because workers must not be made collateral damage in the energy transition. I'm a youth officer with my branch and a member of GMB Scotland's Young Workers Network. And I want to speak about what this energy transition means for young workers. Our members in the gas industry are skilled workers. They keep homes warm. maintain the network, respond to emergencies and do safety-critical work every day. Their work matters now, and their skills will matter in the future. For generations, this sector has provided skilled, secured, unionised jobs. It has given workers a trade, a livelihood and a future. Congress, we should be building on that, not abandoning it. Across the UK, 13.5% of 16 to 24-year-olds are not in education, employment or training. At a time like this, closing down routes into skilled industrial work without real replacement jobs is reckless. Congress, we all know the energy system has to change, but change cannot be delivered by slogans, vague promises or asking workers to accept uncertainty while politicians talk about jobs that do not yet exist. A fair transition has to be planned, funded and realistic. It has to include hydrogen, the gas network, domestic energy security and affordable heating. It has to include investment in infrastructure, proper trials, apprenticeships and training, and a clear route for gas workers into the work of the future. It has to be fair to households. Families are already struggling with bills who cannot be asked to pay the price for heating policies that have not been thought through. Congress, our members are ready to help build a cleaner energy future, but they need job security. Sorry.
Sorry.
This motion is not about resisting change, it is about making sure change works for working people, including young workers who deserve skilled jobs, not empty promises. Congress, I second.
Thank you. Well done, Dylan. Can I have the move of motion 156, please?
President, Congress, John Dolan, GMB Scotland, moving motion 156. Long time speaker, last time speaker this time, so enjoy it. Making Britain for jobs, growth and security. Congress, this motion is about a simple question. Why are we sending work around the world when it should be done here, or it could be done here as well? Late last year, we learned that a contract worth around 200 million to build 24 Royal Navy support vessels had been awarded to Damon and the Dutch defence giant. Tugs, barges and boat pilots that will support operations in Devonport, Portsmouth and Faslane. Faslane is the home of the UK's nuclear submarines, and just miles away at Port Glasgow sits Ferguson Marine, the last commercial shipyard in the Clyde, publicly owned shipyard. A shipyard owned by Scottish taxpayers, a shipyard with workers, apprentices, skills and a proud history of building small specialist vessels. And yet UK yards are not even properly in the running for these ships. Congress, this beggars belief. What kind of procurement system allows public money to leave the country without asking whether the work could support jobs, skills, industrial capacity here at home? What kind of industrial strategy lets the last commercial shipyard in the Clyde look for work while naval support vessels for Faslane are built elsewhere? And this is not the only test. Programme Houston, the work to deliver new docking capability for Royal Navy submarines should be another opportunity to back Scottish industry, including the growing workforce at Methil 5. But again, the delay and uncertainty risk weakening the very skills and capacity government says it wants to protect. Congress, it is a more dangerous world. Britain cannot outsource its industrial strength. We cannot rely on other vessels, docks, skills and manufacturing capacities on security depends on. Public contracts should be delivered with public value. They should support jobs, apprenticeships, supply chains, communities in this country. That is why this motion calls for governments on both sides of the border to test procurement rules and stop needlessly driving contracts out of the UK. Congress, Scotland should make it great again. A Trump one here. Scotland should make again. Britain should build again. Congress, I move. Thank you. Thanks.
Well done, John. Lovely to see you up at the rostrum. Seconder, please.
President, Congress, Kirsty Reichley, GMB Scotland, seconding motion 156. Congress, I come from a town that produced ships for around the world. When the yard siren sounded, you couldn't walk through the streets. Waves of men in oily boiler suits with sweat and pride filled our streets. My family were among them. I'm descended from engineers, pattern makers and boiler makers. It was their skills and expertise that built those ships and held our community together. I'm going to swear now. Thatcher and her cronies destroyed shipbuilding industry in this country. They closed the yards, and today, as John says, only one remains in the Lower Clyde, Ferguson Marine in Port Glasgow. This yard is constantly under threat due to a flawed and unfair procurement system. UK yards should have the right to build and manufacture our own ships and be part of the tender process. Now, I feel passionately about this because Ferguson Marine, as John says, is owned by taxpayers, you and me, us. Earlier, I mentioned my historical connection to shipbuilding in its prime. Well, the next generation of my family is now learning skills and knowledge in this trade. Where? Ferguson Marine. So let's keep these skills alive, improve this procurement system, and let's support Ferguson Marine to build UK for the future. And if you'll indulge me, thank you, Alex Logan, for everything you have done for our town. Congress, please support this motion.
Thank you, Kirsty. A mover of motion 157.
President, Congress, Lindsay Mackay, GMB Scotland, moving motion 157. First time delegate, first time speaker. Scotch whisky is one of Britain's great success stories. It supports tens of thousands of jobs across the UK, including thousands in Scotland, adds billions to our economy, and brings visitors from across the world to distilleries and communities across the Highlands and Islands. I move this motion not just as a delegate, but as a Highlander. I live and work in the Highlands. I use these roads, rely on these connections, and I see every day what happens when they fail. So when I speak about infrastructure, I am not talking in theory. I am talking about lived experience. I left my home in the Black Isle at 5 a.m. on Saturday to get here for a 3 p.m. meeting. A taxi and 4 trains over 9 hours for a 350-mile trip. Whisky, like me, does not move by magic. It depends on workers. It depends on supplies coming in and products going out. It depends on roads, rails, ferries and ports connecting our communities to the rest of the country and the world. Too often, the Highlands are treated as a place to visit, not a place to invest in. We have been expected to make do with ageing ferries, unreliable routes, slow rail links and roads that have not been upgraded in years. And then there is the main road to the Highlands. It took 10 years to dual 11 miles of the A9, and completion has now been pushed back to 2035. Congress, this is simply not good enough. Not for communities, not for businesses, and not for GMB workers in whisky, transport, logistics, and manufacturing. Whisky takes time to mature, and the way things are going, the whisky bottled today will be ready before we have reliable roads to move it on. Scotch whisky is not a side story. It is a £7 billion industry that supports tens of thousands of jobs and attracts millions of visitors. Yet the infrastructure that purports to support it is holding it back. And it is not just roads. It is ferries that do not run when they should, connections that break down. There are over 2,000 bridges in Highland. 40 are currently have weight restrictions and are classified as substandard, with a number of those being put into managed decline due to budget constraints. Routes that workers depend on and are simply not reliable. When infrastructure fails, it hits workers hardest. Longer and less safe journeys, missed shifts, disrupted lives, communities cut off instead of connected, industries constrained whilst being told how vital they are. Improving transport across the Highlands and Islands is not a local extra. It is an economic necessity. If governments are serious about supporting whisky, supporting growth and supporting workers, they must invest in the infrastructure that makes it possible. This motion is about fairness. It is about good jobs. It is about making sure that the wealth created in the Highlands is properly supported by those in power. That means both the Scottish and UK governments stepping up and working together with urgency. The Highlands are not an afterthought. They are not a postcard. They are home to workers, industry and communities who deserve the same standard of infrastructure as everywhere else. Congress, our members help make Scotland's national drink. They deserve national support. Congress, I move.
Thank you, Lindsay. I can see Gary was nodding in support of the whisky industry there. The seconder.
President, Congress, Nathan Hennebury, Secretary for Shield Hall SO4 branch in the whisky and spirits industry from future World Cup winners region Scotland. Custodians of the finest brands in Scotland and the world. That is what our members in the whisky and spirits industry are often referred to as. However, these custodians, our members, are not supported to the full extent by the Scottish and British governments in order to carry out their roles and fulfil such a title. This comes as a result of decades of underdevelopment of rural transport infrastructure, correlating very sharply with decades of austerity measures, measures that the SNP and Labour governments have chosen to continue. If either of these governments want to get serious about saving and growing the whisky industry, then a dramatic and expansive revitalisation of the Highland and Islands must occur. These governments must improve the roads, they must improve the railways, they must improve the ferries, and they must improve the ports. That is our cry. Though I won't hold my breath on them acting anytime soon, not before we drag them to the table to do so. So I second this motion and call on Congress to keep the whisky, the water of life, flowing, so that when we win our struggles, when we celebrate our victories, our members in the whisky industry have plenty of bottles to pass about in celebration. I second.
Thank you, Nathan. Mover of 158.
I'm President, Congress. I'm Sharon Yates from Stoke Unity S75 branch, GMB Midlands, moving motion 158, skills in ceramics. The ceramic industry is the world's centre of ceramics, known as the potteries. The people who work within the industry are born and bred in Stoke-on-Trent, Staffordshire and Derbyshire, and are highly skilled working class people. But over the years, due to greed, cheap imports and fake wear, our workers have lost their identity of our jobs and titles have been lost. On our contracts of employment, we were known as cup handlers, kiln placers, dippers, casters, spongers, lithographers, gilders, and have high skills to do these precision work. I'm a highly skilled worker, sticking precision handles on mugs by hand every 4 seconds, handling over 20,000 mugs a week. And in my working life so far, I have handled over 50 million mugs. Martin Allen, Regional Secretary, and Gary Smith, our General Secretary, have both handled a mug, and on both occasions, the handles have fell off. But we have other skills as well, but this allows our employers to get away by saying we are multi-skilled so that we are known now as production operatives. This is wrong. It devalues who we are and it rips our skills away from us. This leads to lower paid jobs, job insecurity and low morale. In addition to this, it puts the young and the future generations off taking employment in the pots. We want our job titles back. We deserve to be recognised for who we are. We are not machines, we are people with beating hearts and a long, proud history. We are proud to be potters. I'm proud to be a potter. Congress, please support. I move.
Thank you, Sharon. And I hope you all treasure that cup that you've got as a Congress gift that was made in the potteries. It's really special. Thank you. Seconder.
President, Congress, Paul Pickrell, Midlands Region, seconding 158, skills of ceramic workers. Pottery workers should be recognised as skilled workers, not just for products they create, but for the depth of knowledge, precision, and artistry their craft demands. To the untrained eye, shaping clay may look simple, but in reality, pottery requires years of practice to master. A skilled potter must understand the properties of different clays, control the speed and pressure of their hands with incredible precision, and anticipate how a piece will change through drying and firing. One small mistake at any stage can ruin hours or even days of work. Beyond technique, pottery also requires scientific understanding. Workers must carefully manage kiln temperatures, timing and chemical reactions in glazes to achieve the desired strength. Colour and finish. The blend of art and science is no less complex than many professions already recognised as skilled. Pottery is deeply tied to culture and heritage. Skilled pottery workers preserve traditional methods that have been passed down through generations, while also innovating with new styles and techniques. Their work contributes not only to the economy, but to identify history and creativity. Yet, despite all this, pottery workers are often undervalued and under-recognised. Classifying them as skilled workers would acknowledge their expertise, improve access to fair wages and protections, and help sustain an important craft for the future generations. In recognising pottery workers as skilled, we're not just reclassifying a job, we're respecting a craft, honouring dedication and investing in culture and economic value that benefits all. And can I just say, Sharon is doing a brilliant job fighting for all pottery workers and deserves a gold badge. I second.
Thank you, Paul. Does anybody wish to speak in opposition to any of those motions? No, I'd be surprised if you did. I can call the CC speaker, then Dave Clements, to respond.
Visit here. Dave Clements, responding to motion 151. We have a qualification on this motion that we hope the region will accept. We support the aims of this motion, but £15 an hour and sectoral bargaining or fair pay agreements are already our policy. Thank you.
Short and sweet, Dave. Thank you. I'll move to the... Does Scotland accept that qualification? Yes, thank you. Then I shall put that one to the vote. All those in favour of motion 151, please show. Thank you. Any against? That's carried. The CEC are supporting all the other motions, so I can take them all as one group. So all those in favour of motions 154, 156, 157, 158, please show. Thank you. Any against? They're carried. Thank you. That is the end of the motions this morning. And again, I've counted 15 first-time speakers. We now do have a speaker, another activist speaker for school support staff campaign. So Debbie Ferris is a GMB rep at the Orchard School in Sandwell. And after months of being ignored by school bosses over serious breaches of health and safety, last week she and 90 other GMB members walked out on strike. Deborah has not only led a strike that gained huge press attention and is pressuring the school to take action, but also grown the union in her school by over 50% in the last 6 months.
Thank you, President Congress. I'm Debbie. I'm the first-time nervous speaker from Midlands Region and Sandwell branch. I'm the workplace organiser at a special educational needs school that supports children with profound and complex needs and disabilities. In early March, a bombshell was dropped on our staff team. During a meeting that lasted less than a minute, our head teacher informed us of a restructure to our working hours and then left the room. Those 60 seconds changed everything. Staff were left shocked, confused and fearful about the future and what this would hold for them. This was a school already facing significant challenges, and instead of reassurance, we were left with uncertainty. It quickly became clear that there had been little meaningful consultation, and colleagues turned to me for support, answers and guidance. Wanting to ensure that everybody felt heard and connected, we created a group chat where members could share information and support each other. This was open to all staff to build our union. What followed was heartbreaking. Messages flooded in from staff who were scared, exhausted. People spoke about feeling undervalued, unheard and unsupported. These were dedicated professionals who had devoted their careers to supporting some of the most vulnerable children in all our communities. Yet despite all of these concerns and being one of the lowest paid workers, they continue to show up every single day. They continue to provide a safe and nurturing learning environment, and they supported children through moments of crisis and celebrated every achievement, no matter how small. Because alongside the challenges, there were also some incredible moments. But there were serious concerns that could no longer be ignored. We were facing increasing accidents and injuries, with incidents often going unreported. Staff were covering teachers without receiving the appropriate pay. Additional pupils were being admitted despite growing pressures on staff and resources. There was no consultation with the unions on the proposed restructure, and there were significant concerns around leadership. So I organised. As our membership grew, so did our confidence. Together we set up a health and safety committee, submitted collective grievances which were progressed into the dispute with the local authority, secured a pause on all proposed restructures and achieved a halt to further pupil admissions. We then took our next step. We balloted for industrial action. Last Tuesday, more than 90 members stood loud and proud outside Sandwell Council House in solidarity. Thank you. In solidarity with parents, pupils and the Teachers' Union, with our second day of industrial action taking place tomorrow. Positive vibes, welcome. Send them our way. That moment showed the true power of collective action. This experience has taught me that a union is far more than an organisation. It is people standing together, finding their voice and refusing to accept that things can't change. It's an extended family, that big brother or that big sister that will always have your back. And I'm incredibly proud of my members. I'm proud of their resilience, their compassion and their determination to continue putting children first, even during the most difficult times. Because when we stand together, we're stronger together. Thank you. Thank you.
What an inspirational way to end the morning session. And Debbie, we're proud of your members and you, and we take our solidarity back with us. Just before we break for lunch, just got two announcements. Can I thank all the individuals and regions who are keeping the top table supplied with packets of sweets? But on a more serious note, Professor Alison Birtle, one of the leading experts on bladder cancer, will be at the Bladder Cancer UK stand, stand 13 in the exhibition area, all afternoon today. So if anyone wants to speak to her or to seek advice, she's obviously there, please go and see her. Enjoy lunch, you've got a bit of extra time to look at the stalls and go to the fringes, but be back at 2 o'clock, please. Thank you. Apologies for that delay. It was nobody's fault. It was purely a technical error with the printer. I hope you all had a good lunch, whether you went to the stores, outside, or the fringes. Thank you for this morning's debates. And just for everyone's information, printed copies of CEC statements and reports are available at the info desk. So if you want hard copies, please go there. Can I ask Karen Dudley of the SOC to move special report number 4, please?
President, Congress, Karen Dudley, Standing Orders Committee Chair, moving SOC report number 4. Withdrawn motions. There have been no further withdrawn motions at this time. Emergency motions. The SOC has accepted 3 further emergency motions so far as being in order for debate. 2 of these motions have the same title. From Scotland, protect the rights of our life-saving Coast Guard volunteers. And from Wales and South West, the same as above. The SOC recommends that these 2 motions are composited. From North East Yorkshire and Humber, cost of living crisis, the SOC recommends that this motion is composited with a similar emergency motion from Southern Region. Congress, please note that there are 3 emergency motions on the EHRC and will be composited and debated tomorrow afternoon. The Congress timetable will be updated and the SOC will consider further requests for emergency motions. The SOC will update Congress accordingly. President, Congress, I formally move adoption of SOC report number 4.
Thank you, Karen. That's nice. Anybody want to speak in opposition to the report? No, in that case, all those in favour of SOC report number 4, please show. Thank you. Anyone against? No, that's it. Carried. Thank you, Karen. Colleagues, we have 2 regional success videos to play this afternoon. Nice way to start the afternoon with inspirational videos. They're from London and Southern Region. Another two brilliant videos just showcasing everything that's going on in GMB and all the campaigns. Fantastic, thank you. Congress, it is my great pleasure to announce that the winner of this year's Eleanor Marks Award is Alexandra Findlay from Southern Region. Alexandra is our rep in ABCO, the Civil Enforcement Wardens in Bromley, South London, and was instrumental in leading members in a pay dispute this year, which eventually won them an 11% pay rise. We will now play our award winner video. A worthy winner of the Eleanor Marks Award, but unfortunately Alex can't be here in person to collect the award, so we'll give it to the region and then they'll pass it on to her with our thanks and our congratulations. Before I move on to the motions, well, I'll ask movers and seconders of 293, 294, 295 to come down to the front, please. But I did have a message at lunchtime. If people are going out to smoke, which is fine, can they just stand away from the entrance door? Because apparently the smoke is coming in and stall holders are finding it, just gets to them. So just stand a bit further away from the entrance door, please. We do have a packed afternoon of motions, so please again keep to your speech time and make sure you're ready to speak. I'll move that of motion 293, please.
President Congress, Chris Boff, P42 Preston Branch, Northwestern Irish region, and like Dave Flanagan, a proud Seasider. To move motion 293 on climate change and just transition, the branch welcomes the fact that the subject has been allocated its own section and the CEC is supporting the motion. It's a motion that recognises the existential threat posed by the burning of fossil fuels since the dawn of the Industrial Revolution and recognises the irrefutable scientific evidence and the urgent need to cut greenhouse emissions in both the UK and globally to minimise the risk of catastrophic increases to the Earth's temperature. And in defiance of the giant energy corporations and the despotic Gulf petrostates who use their enormous wealth and power to sabotage climate initiatives, peddle disinformation, buy the politicians and fund the climate deniers in reform, and those like the grotesque Farage, Trump and Blair, who all believe we should drill baby drill, displaying an utter contempt for future generations. So the motion asks the CEC to consult branches, regions and young members as the best way to set up a network of accredited GMB reps interested in campaigning on the issue of climate change. This is not about replacing any of the structures. This can help us engage with young members, supplement the union's work in the energy sector and act as an advisory body to both regions and the CEC. And it can also consider various practical ways of making climate change more relevant, taking it up at a workplace level, for example, talking about workplace environmental audits based on best practice in the public and the private sector, and lobbying perhaps for statutory provision for workplace environmental reps akin to health and safety reps. Now, as trade unionists, there can be no compromise to a determined defence of the pay, jobs, conditions and livelihoods of every GMB member. And I think that's something that unites everybody in this hall. But there is no fundamental conflict between this and for GMB to use its technical expertise, collective industrial power and political influence to develop our own industrial agenda, not Miliband's, not the Labour Party's, empty rhetoric that offers no new jobs, as the General Secretary rightly pointed out yesterday, but one that creates skilled, unionised jobs in manufacturing and in the new sustainable industries of the future. A just transition of real substance must guarantee the paid jobs and conditions of every worker in the gas industry and energy-intensive industries, and we know it will take trade union power if we're going to deliver this guarantee. As Dave Douglas said yesterday, we need a jobs-first transition. So Congress, in that spirit, let's set up a GMB network of reps interested in climate change and continue a balanced and pragmatic discussion on how we as a trade union can both protect the interests of our own members and the interests of the planet on which we live. Congress, I move.
Well done, Chris. Thank you. Seconder.
Vice President, Congress. William Bennett from Preston P42 Branch, Northwest Irish Region. First time delegate, first time speaker. Thank you. Climate change is the challenge for everyone in this hall, for our members and for our future generations. But alongside the climate crisis comes another challenge. How do we deliver just transition? How do we protect jobs, industries and communities while responding to the changes ahead? We cannot have those conversations properly unless we listen to our members. We need to understand their views, concerns and experiences. This is what that motion does. It asks the CEC to consult branches, regions and our members on creating a network of representatives interested in campaigning on climate change so that we can learn, share our knowledge and have informed discussions about the issues that our members face. Congress, I ask you to support this motion. Let's start that conversation. I second. Thank you.
Well done, William. Move for motion 294, please. Can I ask movers and seconders of 311, Composite 13 and 292 also to be ready and come down to the front, please.
Good afternoon, President,
Vice President Congress. Need to change my glasses. 1 second. My name is Valerie Brooks from London Region, Hendon. I am moving motion 194. I'm a first-time delegate and a first-time speaker. Conference. The transition to a green economy must be led by trade union movement. For too long, unions have been criticised for defending so-called dirty jobs, whether that is support for fracking or the defence of the North Sea oil sector in Scotland. But the problem is not that GMB promotes and prioritises jobs. The problem is that too often failed to identify and accumulate the broader long-term interests of workers and to show how these jobs can also be sustainable. GMB must not ask what sustainable jobs really look like, how workers can have real say over the work they do, and how they can help shape the future of their industries. There is a direct relationship between insecurity of jobs, unsustainable labour practices, and unsustainable production models on which our economy is built. If we are serious about transitioning away from a carbon-based economy, then workers and their unions must be able to take collective action to challenge an economic system that seeks to extract maximum value at any cost. That is why GMB must work collectively within and across the sectors to build climate organising at workplace and sector level, because employers exploit both workers and the environment across all of these spaces at once. We recognise that GMB has taken steps to work more closely with worker-led campaigns, such as Workers' Power, The Future and the Climate Jobs UK. But we need to do more, harness our labour power to transform the world, because nobody else is going to do this for us. The quality of working lives is inseparable from the quality of social, family and community lives. That means demands for sustainable work must also be demands for sustainable living. In the absence of any serious proposals for transformation, industry strategy in the political mainstream, it falls to the trade union movement to show what the future can look like and to organise it for it. So if we're serious about this, these are the priorities GMB must take forward as we assert our role in shaping and taking control of transitions from high-carbon economy. Members must be empowered to put climate change on an industrial footing. Climate bargaining needs to be integrated into GMB campaigns for employment rights. GMB to channel greater resources to climate campaigning. GMB needs to put climate bargaining at the centre of everything that we do. As workers and trade unionists, we must use our collective power and our strength to ensure that the goods we produce and the services we provide are socially useful and sustainable, not simply whatever makes profit for someone else. Conference, I urge you to support motion 294.
Well done, Val. That was perfect timing, and I like the colour of your blouse. Seconder, please. Formally, perfect, thank you. Mover of motion 295.
Afternoon, colleagues, President, Vice President, General Secretary. Jan Smith, London Region. Move and motion 295, save our coastline. Colleagues, this affects me deeply. What I'm talking about is what is happening in East Anglia, where I come from. And it could also happen to some of you who live along a coastline. Within my own region, I have grown up within seeing coasts of Hemsby, Happisburgh, or it's not, to us, it's Haysborough. There's Trimmingham. Dunstan has already gone under the water. Our cliff lines are falling badly. No money is being put in to save our coastline. One member of the public, he put his own money in and brought in rocks and things to help to secure it, to save homes falling into the sea. Sadly, he got told he would be prosecuted and he had to take it all down. On Saturday, the 31st of this year, that picture shows how close the RC and these cliffs have eroded. Since that time, the cliffs have eroded even more. And at that time, there was 18 homes put at risk. I can tell you a lot of those homes have already been demolished. It is sad for those residents because they had bought those homes as their last living abode. They've had to move out. They've sadly had to watch their homes being demolished completely. Plus, they're not getting any compensation from that. The government do not put compensation in to the demolishment of their homes. We need to campaign to support our coastline because for long, these villages will become underwater. We will also in danger of losing our Broads. The Broads are very important, and a lot of you people most probably come down to Norfolk and holiday there, so you know what they're like. So please support this motion. As I say, it is truly to my heart. There's a lot of our members who work in these areas, so not only am I speaking of my own views, I'm speaking on their behalf as well. So colleagues, please support. I move.
Cheers, Jan. Thank you. Seconder.
President, Congress, Alan Law, London Region, seconding motion 295, save our coastline. Congress, Norfolk coastline is one of the fast eroding in Europe. This rapid erosion is caused by North Sea striking glacier sands, clay cliffs, made worse by climate change and more frequent storms. Haysborough is constantly under rapid retreat. The village has lost over 250 metres of land. All of North Norfolk coastlines have the same issue. Hemsby, this area has lost over 300 metres of coastline, resulting in homes and infrastructure disappearing. The government is mapping out long-term approach to the entire Norfolk coastline. The policy generally falls into three categories. The first category is hold the line, maintain defence, manage realignment, move the defence inland to create a natural buffer. And thirdly, no action intervention. Unfortunately, letting nature take its course seems to be the only option because it's the cheapest. Apart from family, one of the most precious things we have in our lives is our homes. We need to lobby government for more funding to look after our coastlines for the sake of the people that live there and the sake that want to carry on living there. Congress, I second.
Well done, Alan. Thank you. Does anybody want to speak in opposition to any of those motions? No? Can then I ask the CUC Speaker, Steve McHugh, to come up, please?
Congress. Stephen McHugh speaking on behalf of the CEC on motion 294 and 295. Turning first to motion 294, the CE is seeking to refer this motion to explore further workings of our worker-led Workers' Power, the Future Campaign and Climate for Jobs UK, which was a consolidation of trade unions representing tens of thousands of energy workers campaigning for jobs and a jobs-first clean energy transition that delivers high-paid, high-skilled work here in the UK. The CEC does not agree with the motion's assertion that GMB has failed to identify and articulate the broader long-term interests of workers and how jobs can be sustainable given the long-standing work with the above two initiatives, which have been precisely empowered our members to have their say in the nature and type of work they do and to play a role in determining the future of their industries. It remains GMB's belief that these paths for all GMB organised entities to play their part and their parts in meeting the net zero emissions. It must be recognised, however, that some industries will find it difficult to decarbonise, and while every effort should be made to achieve carbon reduction within individual industries, it is the overall balance across the UK that counts. Any decarbonation plans should also be subject to a full, genuine consultation with workers who are most affected by the industrial change. Motion 295, Save Our Coastline. The CEC is supporting this motion, however with a qualification. We reserve the support for whether the issue requires a full campaign. Instead, this can be part of the advocacy work in the year ahead, led by London Region and the national GMB political teams. Therefore, Congress, please refer motion 294 and support 295 with qualifications. Thank you.
Thank you, Stevie. Steve. Does London agree to refer motion 294? Thank you. That means there's no vote needed. Does London Region accept the qualification on 295? Thank you. So I'll go to the vote. All those in favour of motion 293, please show. Thank you. Anyone against? That's carried. All those in favour of motion 295, please show. Thank you. Anyone against? That's also carried. Can I have the mover of motion 311? Retired members, Jan.
Sorry, colleagues, it's me again. It gives me great pleasure to move the motion which was passed at our national RMA conference, motion 311, constantly exploited regarding water. Colleagues, Jan Smith, London Region, also the National Secretary of the RMA. Things haven't changed much over the past few centuries. Back in the late 1850s, there was a great stink of London, which sadly caused people to become very ill and fortunately taken loved ones away from their families. The problem has been mounting for many years. We had an aging and inadequate sewage system that emptied directly into the Thames. The government of the day gave the go-ahead for civil engineer Joseph Bazalgette to move the sewage eastwards along a series of interconnecting sewers that sloped towards an outfall. This was the start of the sewer systems that changed the way sewage was looked at after in the UK, within villages, towns and cities. Since privatisation in 1989, it came about that water companies have taken it back to those dark days of the 1850s, tragically still causing loss of life and in some cases severe illnesses. When watching Channel 4 docudrama series on dirty business, it was proven that water companies had caused these issues with sewage, related spills into waterways, whether they be streams, rivers, or sea outfalls. It has become very clear that water companies are not interested in looking after our clean water unless the cost is little or nothing. Only need to ask South West Water. As for sewage, there has been little or no real investment in any water companies' infrastructure since privatisation. Water companies have sucked the life and financial value out of every water company. Not only did they drain the money out of the water industry, they borrowed against their company's assets. It is believed they have been deceived off what with the end of the AMP period figures. So, colleagues, it's time we, the GMB, sat down with Emma Reynolds, the Environmental Secretary of State, and persuade her that there has to be big changes in how water companies do their business. Or not, we, the GMB, must work with this MP in changing the law. Whatever profits are made by water companies, a percentage must be deducted every time they are fined in court. This deduction should then be passed back to the customers so that they don't have such a big percentage increase in their next financial year's bill. This hopefully will make the water companies invest money into proving their extremely exhausted infrastructure. This means money will not be paid out to shareholders and big bonuses and will not be paid out either. This will keep the monies in the infrastructure investment as expected. And on March the 7th, 2026, 1,073 hours of sewage going into our streams. And following that, on the 10th of March, the officials decided to investigate it, but still nothing has happened. Colleagues, we've all talked the talk, so now let's walk the walk and take back the tap, put water into public hands. I move.
Jan, thank you for that, and you don't have to apologise. It's always nice to see you at the rostrum. Oh, you might be pushing your luck now, Jan. Seconder, please.
Mark 1. Good afternoon, President, Congress, brothers, sisters, Cliff Roney, London Region. Firstly, I'd like to say what a privilege it is to be seconding one of the first motions of the RMA. They got there in the end, and I think that deserves a round of applause. Citizens Advice has recently released a statement saying the following: more people are forced to cut back on groceries to keep up the cost with water bills. More than a fifth of those who struggle with their water bills find themselves falling into debt with their suppliers. Last year, Thames Water managed to pay £67.6 million legal fees when trying to fight off bankruptcy. I would argue that this is an act against the interests of their own customers and their own bill payers. The hike and the charges in 2025, the increase, an average bill is now £600, where it was £500. This is disgusting. This year, it has increased by 4.5%. However, households have been particularly hard hit since April 25. The coming years will only bring more and more and more increases. So when we get to about 27, 28, we're going to be 30% above where we was. In the King's Speech bills, which were put forward, plans to improve critical infrastructure with legislation to clean up the water industry. Let's hope that these are not just words and they become actions. We, the GMB, need to be part of this. We can work closely with the government, we can work with other industries, giving the knowledge and using the staff, what we've got, and you, the members, and all of our stewards to work together. Like my colleague has mentioned, water companies have to be brought back in line. Congress, I second. Take back the sack. That's Mark 1.
Colleagues, thank you to Cliff, and it was an excellent fringe meeting this lunchtime. Colleagues, regarding motion 311, which you've heard me speak about, can I tell you that London Region RMA are taking this even further. On the 28th of July of this year, we are doing a campaign about it outside the Houses of Parliament. Thank you.
Come on.
Okay, that was worth it, Jan, that was worth it. Anybody want to speak in opposition to that motion? Dare they speak in opposition to that motion? Could I ask Sonia then to speak on behalf of the CC?
President Congress, Sonia Davis of the CEC, responding to motion 311, which we are supported with a qualification. We agree that polluting waterways is unacceptable and that water companies should be held responsible. The qualification is that fines are not enough and that they don't seem to be enough of a deterrent, plus they in turn attack our members' terms and conditions. We are in this mess because our water companies are privatised and we have long-standing Congress policy that we return the sector to public hands with proper investment to fix the system. Please support with this qualification. Thank you.
Thank you, Sonia. Does London accept the qualification on motion 311? So I'll take the vote. All those in favour, please show. Thank you. Anyone against? That's carried. Thank you. We now move on to Composite 13 and motions 292. So can I, as agreed by the SOC1, Composite 13 will have 3 regions speaking. So it'll be moved from London, seconded by Wales and South West, and then Midlands to come in as the 3rd speaker. So could I have London, the mover from London region, please?
Heads up. Right, good afternoon, President, Congress, brothers, sisters, Cliff Roney. Composite 13, unlucky for some perhaps. This Congress recognises in 37 years of total ineptitude and failure of Ofwat to regulate the water industry across the UK, failing to take responsibility and act on huge bonuses for CEOs and fat cats and directors and bill payers, costing thousands to the bill payers. This is nothing short of criminal. You're going to hear that again. GMB has been instrumental in calling for the abolition of Ofwat so that a new super regulator can be established. Now this is in progress, it is vital that the GMB Union, as the biggest union in the water sector with over 10,000 members, as a permanent seat to safeguard from future failings. We need to protect customers. We've been let down year after year. This is criminal. GMB already has union seats on other government regulatory bodies like the HSE, the Low Pay Commission. So we now demand for a seat on the super regulator. We demand it. We don't just want it, we demand it. We will not be silenced. The workers will not be silenced. One of the most recent failures in South West Water and South East Water over the Christmas and New Year period, where thousands of customers went without water, causing schools closures, cancelling hospital appointments. There'll be many more incidents and failures like this. My own relatives in my family were affected by this, where little children, Oscar, Rose and Lucas, couldn't go to nursery, couldn't have a wash, had to move out, had to go elsewhere to get drinking water. This is criminal. This Congress instructs the CEC to campaign for a new super regulator to be held and make the task reportable incidents, including pollution, that will sometimes go under the radar and be manipulated. Congress, I support this motion because Sir John Cunliffe's report actually says that the failures have led to damaging and ruined trust and decisions. Everybody has completely lost faith with the water companies, as was highlighted by Channel 4's fantastic Dirty Business programme. I was privileged to meet and spend time with the families who were directly affected by this water company failures. The tragic loss of Heather, an 8-year-old child from E. coli 157, should never be repeated. This makes my grandchildren, I want them on the beach. I want the sand castles, not the poo castles. Come on, let's hear it. But let's be honest, running water and companies and not giving the employees a voice is wrong. The people who keep the taps running, the engineers, the maintenance teams, the frontline people, they need to be listened to. This trade union and its representation needs to get interests and get people on the board of directors. Let's get the people in there who know the industry and know what they're doing. This Congress sends a clear message. We will not stand by and see it fail. We will lobby the government, legislation and mandatory representation on water company boards, and workers shall never be silenced. The workers shall never be silenced. Brothers, sisters, that's the scripted part of the composite, but as you know, I like to leave you with a bit of a personal slant. After 47 years involvement with the water industry and watching them pollute our rivers, lakes and beaches, broken promises and failures to build new reservoirs, it is now clear that successive governments continue to fail the public. I call on everyone to sign the petition for a referendum where 82% of the British public want this brought back. The government needs to listen to the people. Can everyone who can stand, please stand? Up we get. Just in case, we'll have that on there. Congress, with me, take back the tap. Take back the tap. Take back the tap. Take back the tap. Congress, thank you very much. Thank you, GMB. Thank you to all the stewards, the Water Forum, all the members, but most of all, thank you to you, the GMB. I'm not done yet, I will be back. God bless.
I knew you were going to do that with your hat. I just knew it. I knew it. Right. Could I have the mover from Wales and South West, please?
President, Congress, Andy Mills, Wales and South West Region, seconding the Composite 13. Thank you. Congress, I support this composite motion on public interest reporting, our union representation and accountability in the water industry. For 37 years, we have witnessed the failure of Ofwat to properly regulate this vital public service. That failure is not abstractive. It has been paid for by ordinary bill payers, families who expect safe, affordable water, and by workers who have been left without a voice, while executives reward themselves with the lovely eye-watering bonuses. That is not regulation, that is neglect. Colleagues, the truth is simple. When there's no accountability, people and the environment suffer. And let's be fair, us that work in the water industry, like myself, we have suffered. We all remember, as Cliff has said, the recent crisis with South East Water, thousands left without safe drinking water over Christmas and into the new year. That was not an isolated incident. We see these incidents happening on a regular basis. It is part of a pattern, one that tells us that the current system is broken. That is why the creation of a new water super regulator matters, but changing the structure without changing the voice within it will not deliver the change people need. The GMB must have a permanent seat at that table. We represent over 10,000 workers in this sector, the engineers, the technicians, our frontline staff who keep the systems running day in and day out. They see the cracks forming long before crisis hits the headlines. They understand the risks to the infrastructure, the safety and the environment, and yet too often they're ignored and, of course, pressured into silence. Without that protection, wrongdoing, it does not disappear. And trade union representation on the Water Board is not a luxury, it's not a nice to have, it is totally essential.
You got a red light, Andy.
Thank you. We have already successful models on health and safety executive, on low-paid commissions where worker representation improves outcomes and strengthens accountability, and there's no reason water shouldn't be any different. So today, Congress, let's send that message.
Well done.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. And the third speaker from the Midlands, please.
Jason Evans, Midlands Region. President, Congress. 2006 was my first Congress here at Blackpool, and so I stood here then, sort of terrified to make a speech. I didn't think I'd be here for 20 years making speeches on behalf of the water sector. Sort of at that time, I'd estimate there was 5 or 6 people in the room from the water sort of sector of the GMB. So last night we met as the sort of Water Forum and the visitors of the Water Forum, and there was easily over 30 people in the room this year. In that time we've sort of grown membership so more than double, from under 5,000 members to now over 10,000 members. And we are recognised as the union in the water sector, as in our members have our voice. So Ofwat, over the last 18 months, has been keen to hear our voice more, in particular over the debacle of sort of Thames's sort of exposés and demise. And we need to grow that. We signed the charter here in 2019 with Jeremy Corbyn to take back the tap. It's still here, it's on sort of Mr. Rooney's shirt over there. And we need to pursue that. So I think Cliff was sort of very modest in his to reference to the Dirty Business sort of docudrama. It was a fantastic piece of work, and it exposed the lack of investment, obviously in particular in sort of Thames and other areas, and that is and has been endemic, and it needs to change. The ownership models of the industry sort of rumble on, but our members have to have a voice on the board of the water companies. We just had the fringe meeting over lunch. It was a very healthy and sort of well-attended fringe. We had one of the directors from the local water company here on the panel, and she openly recognised the importance of being held accountable by the GMB sort of reps in that company, and she welcomed that ongoing accountability. And I think all the water companies, some are better than others, but all of them have to have that accountability to the trade unions, in particular the GMB, and their workers. And the super regulator is still in the melting pot as to how it will work. It looks like it'll be 3 more years until it's actually in place and functioning. but we need a seat on that board of that super regulator to ensure that our members' voices are heard and they're kept safe, and our customers, or all of us who pay for water, we haven't got any option as to where we sort of get it from, but all of us have a decent service. And the assets that are sort of in the ground and above the ground are fit for purpose. There isn't any justification in the situation over the last sort of few months in South East Water that sort of situation is deplorable, and people shouldn't be expected to go without water for many days. It just isn't acceptable in this sort of day and age, and there's very sort of simple sort of remedies sort of for that, but the investment has to be there. So we need that voice in the super regulator, and so I'd just like to thank all the members on the National Forum for their help and support over the years. So Gary was, he was a stalwart at the start sort of that forum, sort of Anna Barnes, who's also on the top table, was also involved. Stuart Fagan's in the room, other people. And we've grown it to be that voice of the water industry. So please support.
Well done, Jason. Mover of 292.
President, Congress, Robert Patel, London Region, moving motion 292. I welcome the CEC qualification. As trade unionists, we should never support supply chains linked to forced labour. And of course, solar panel must be part of a balanced and sustainable energy system. But Congress, the issue before us today is much simpler. Too many pensioners are being forced to choose between heating and eating. We know cold homes can be devastating consequences. During the winter of 2024-2025, more than 2,500 people died due to cold-related deaths. These are not just numbers, they are our parents, our grandparents, our neighbours and our friends. People have worked all their lives, paid their taxes, raised families and helped build this country we live in today. Yet many now live in fear when opening their energy bills. Congress, this motion is about giving those people hope. We know solar technology can reduce household energy costs year after year. The problem is that the people who would benefit the most are often the least able to afford the upfront costs. That is why this motion matters. This is not about replacing support that pensioners need today. It's about creating a long-term solution that reduces bills tomorrow. The technology improving and low-cost solar options become available, including new plug-in systems. There are now opportunities to help pensioners reduce their energy costs in ways we were not able to do before. Congress, this motion is about fairness, it's about dignity, it's about protecting vulnerable people from fuel poverty, and it is about recognising that generation we built this country should not be left struggling to heat their homes in retirement. Congress, let's support a practical solution. Let's support our pensioners. Let's support motion 292. Thank you.
Well done, Robert. Thank you. And the seconder.
President, Congress, Sunil D'Souza, first-time delegate, first-time speaker. Free solar panels for pensioners, cut bills, defend lives. For eligible pensioners, free solar panels can do both, cut energy bills, help protect life during extreme heat or cold. Here how it works. Right now, the main program is ECO4, energy company.
what you get. Fully funded solar panels plus insulation, boiler upgrades cover up to 100% of installation cost for £5,000 to £8,000. Pensioners qualify if you get pension credit or under low income for £31,000 per year, or live in a home with EPC rating D, G. Pensioners are a priority group. Bill impact. Solar PV can reduce electricity bills, significantly eradicated with a battery. UK grants estimate up to 70% of the cut. Defend lives, warmer homes in winter and cooler in summer. Less risk from cold-related illness or cold stress eco targets. Vulnerable households for that reason. NSW solar for low-income households. Free 3 kV installation if you get low-income household. Rebate pensioner DVA gold card up to £600 a year. Health-efficient homes and ability to run heating or cooling without fear of the bill reduces hypothermia, respiratory issues, and its stroke risk. I end this motion. Please support me. Thank you, Congress.
Well done, Sunil. I have to ask, does anyone want to speak in opposition? No? And then can I ask Cameron Ali to speak on behalf of the CEC?
President Congress, Cameron Ali speaking on behalf of the CEC on motion 292. The CEC is supporting this motion with qualifications. Firstly, until there is a breakthrough in large-scale economy viable and reliable storage technology, solar will need to be part of a sensible mix of renewables, low-carbon sources and gas to heat homes and keep the lights on. Secondly, the aims of this motion can only be enacted in good conscience once Uyghur forced labour has been eliminated from the supply chain for solar panels, which can be traced in almost all solar modules that are sold in Europe. Congress, please support this motion with these qualifications. Thank you.
Thank you, Cameron. So the CEC are supporting Composite 13, and does London Region accept the qualification on motion 292? Thank you. So I'll put those to the vote. All those in favour of Composite 13, please show. Thank you. Anyone against? That's carried. All those in favour of motion 292, please show. Thank you. Anyone against? That's also carried. Congress, you might have clocked how we arranged business this afternoon to lead us very nicely into the next guest speaker. We are absolutely delighted that Fergal Sharkey has joined us at Congress. Last year, he spoke at a fringe meeting in Brighton, and this year we are fortunate enough to have him address the whole of Congress. As you know, Fergal's been a dogged campaigner to clean up our broken water sector. And I'd also like to welcome Cliff Rooney to the platform, our most outspoken activist from the water sector and London Region member who has been working alongside Fergal in these campaigns. So Congress, please welcome Fergal to the rostrum.
Congress, it gives me nothing but pleasure to introduce Fergal to you, but as you know, over many, many years, he's been campaigning. You, the members, have been campaigning. You, the stewards, have been campaigning. From the bottom of my heart, I really sincerely mean this. Thank you to every single one of you. Please, give yourselves a round of applause for the work you do. Now, I'm going to hand you over to Fergal, and I think at the end of the day, we all know what he's been doing, but seldom have I ever met and had the pleasure to meet someone along my journey of life who's so sincere and so kind with his words and so helpful in campaigns. So please, over to you, Fergal. I've warmed them up.
Congress, Congress, Congress. I cannot begin to tell you how proud my dad would be to hear me say those very words from this platform. You see, James, my dad, was the chairman of the Labour Party in Derry, Brian's secretary of his local union, the Electricians' Union, and I can still vividly recall the day he showed me a tattered old copy of the Morning Star where he appeared on the front cover in a photograph of delegates leaving the TUC conference, Blackpool Winter Gardens, 1962. The idea that one of his sons would be standing on this very stage in this very building addressing the GMB Union would have tickled him pink, and I have no doubt he would have been immensely proud. But don't think for 1 second that, like all good Irish matriarchal families, it wasn't Dad who dominated politics in my house. It was Mum. For it was Mum who, on the morning of the Sunday, the 7th of April, 1996, ordered everyone into the car, drove us all to the other side of Ireland, where as a family, we took part in the People's Democracy Civil Rights March, demonstrating against injustices in Northern Ireland while we marched down the middle of the main road between Belfast and Dublin. It was there, Congress, as a 10-year-old boy, brazenly marching down the middle of the main road between Belfast and Dublin, waving what I later discovered was an anarchist flag. It was there that I learned my politics. And it was the politics of rights. The right to vote, the right to a job, the right to a wage, the right to housing, the right to an education, the right to dream, the right to hope, the right simply to live and not just exist. And what an extraordinary, no, actually what an obscenity it is that 57 years later, working class people, their unions, their representatives are still having to fight for and defend those rights, to fight for the same recognition, defend those principles, make the same arguments, demanding the same things for working people, the right simply to live and not just exist. For a 10-year-old boy, I learned a very big lesson that day. Do not be afraid of authority. Do not be afraid to fight injustice. You see, injustice extends not only to the societies we build, the nations we create, it permeates and pollutes everything we touch. As I speak, there is one brutal example of an injustice that instantly springs to mind. Privatized by Margaret Thatcher and presided over by 37 years, consecutive governments, all of them seemingly drunk on a complacency founded by indifference, propped up by a regulatory system infused by failure and exploited by shareholders and industry fat cats, all of them corrupted by the fragrancy of greed. I speak, of course, of the water industry. The brutal reality is that as employees, bill payers, customers, we've been lied to, we've been misled, we've been extorted, we've been cheated. For the last 37 years, we have been subject to nothing more than the greatest act of organised criminality perpetrated against the British people. And in turn, we've got nothing apart from corporate greed, profiteering, financial engineering, political failure, and regulatory incompetence. In short, we've been had. 37 years after we were promised a utopian, market-driven vision of greatness, a future so edifying we would all glory in the delights of an unlimited supply of clean water, that our sewage would be quietly, efficiently collected, treated, disposed of, while our rivers, lakes and seas would teem with an abundant, diverse array of flora and fauna, and to top it all off, we would have the cheapest water bills on earth. But in reality, this Thatcherite envisioned theme park has delivered nothing but pain, sorrow and anger. Water bills have already gone up by 40% since privatisation, and this year alone, for some customers, they've increased again by a breathtakingly unbelievable 54%. Today, every river in England is polluted. In the recent months, a whole town in Devon has been poisoned, and since 2020, water companies in England and Wales have spent 23,905,000 hours dumping sewage into our rivers and onto our beaches. And helping guide this trail of tragedy is a regulatory system so dysfunctional, so deeply fractured, it has become indifferent to its own failure and incompetence. A system that is so infested by that other great pandemic of the 20th century, the Chicago School of Economics. Regulations distort the operation of free markets, I'm told. The regulations they speak of, by the way, are minimum wage, holiday pay, sick pay, maternity pay, employer pension contributions. The markets will provide, I'm told. Tell that to the 2.5 million children in the United Kingdom currently living in poverty. 1 million of them currently destitute, that have no security where their next meal is coming from, and don't even own a bed. And all of that, despite this cult, like many senior figures within Ofwat, the water industry regulator, they have become blinkered, blinded, nay, obsessed by what they all see as the highest altar of intellectual thinking. Ofwat truly, truly believes that instead of regulating properly, that simply naming and shaming fat cat industry bosses will somehow trigger a sense of human decency and accountability buried within even the darkest souls of the vulture capitalists currently running the water industry, who themselves are driven by nothing more than the same greed, the same salaries, the same bonuses, self-interest and shareholder value. Do not forget that what's been going on in the water industry and the companies this last 37 years, they have ram-raided our bank accounts for the £85 billion they paid out to shareholders and the £112 million they paid to executives in the last 10 years alone. Think about this. How many apprenticeships, skills programming, retraining, upskilling would £112 million deliver for this industry and for this union? And I can assure you, you do not have to be that clever to run a monopoly supplying drinking water to captive customers. In recent days, we've seen yet more examples. South West Water fined £1.85 million for poisoning the town of Brixton in Devon. And that, by the way, was the 164th guilty offence that South West Water have been judged and have had been convicted of. South East Water last weekend deliberately cutting off water supplies to towns and villages in Kent simply because they have not invested enough in the equipment just to treat enough water to meet demand. Welsh Water this weekend has agreed a £44.7 million enforcement package with Ofwat that is also now tacitly admitted. Since the introduction of sewage regulations in 1994, every single sewage company in this country has been acting illegally, and it has taken the determination, the fight, the absolute drive of people like Cliff, of campaigners, of community groups, to now actually expose that for 37 years, Ofwat did less than nothing, did not monitor, did not enforce, made no attempt to make those companies comply with the law. And to top it all off, Welsh Water is now in the process of sacking 500 staff. That's not employ 500 people to help fix their networks, to help invest in them, to help secure that company's future, but to sack 500 staff, many of whom are members of this very union. I've no doubt for the remaining employees at Welsh Water, it will come as little comfort to discover that that tyrant chief executive of the Environment Agency, heavily featured in dirty water, Sir James Bevan, has actually recently joined the board of Welsh Water. In an ideal world, if the boards of Ofwat and the Environment Agency understood anything about honour, chivalry or principle, they would have already resigned and certainly should do so today en masse. And at the polarised end of all of this, completely at the opposite end of it, despite everything that they have to deal with, there are people in this audience and this union and throughout the country that day after day, week after week, with pride, diligence and dedication, turn up to work in the water industry and commit themselves to keeping our taps running, to maintaining those systems and providing those systems and their customers with a service that for too long now has been exploited and underinvested, that has for too long now been corrupted and exploited simply for the benefit of shareholders. I'm going to take a little tip from Cliff, and I don't normally do this. Those people in this room that work in the water industry, can I ask you please to stand? Just trust me for a second. Those involved, please stand up. Anybody in this room that works for the industry, please get to your feet. Ladies and gentlemen, can I ask the rest of us to provide a thunderous round of applause to lift the roof off this building? Thank you, thank you, thank you for your dedication, your professionalism, our admiration and our respect. As a result of all of this turmoil, there can only be, will only be, should only ever be one answer to this calamity: nationalisation. It's time that we, the bill payers, the workers, the employees, the customers, take the water industry back into our control. It's the time to breach that dam and release water from the shackles of the industrialists, the claws of the venture capitalists, and from those that choose to exploit rather than enhance. And I hope this conference fully applauds Andy Burnham's recent move and announcement to nationalise Thames Water. It is a bold, much-needed progressive step, but let's face it, there are many, many other names we need to add to that list, for in reality, we must go further, harder, faster. We all now live in a world where simply preening around the political edges of a problem are no longer acceptable. What is needed more than ever is brave, insightful judgment coupled with the vision, determination to exceed and deliver. What is needed in this quagmire of sewage corruption is a complete overhaul of an industry that has spectacularly failed customers, employees, and the environment. What we need and what we should demand, not only for this industry, but the nation and the labour movement, is leadership and urgency. What a very good friend of mine puts it, when the public demand change, leaders need to do much more than simply mirror back the word change. The response needs to have a defined shape, an agenda, sharp-edged pledges, all supported by a spine of philosophy with a view of the world that the public wants. It is now time that we stop that spiraling circle of pointlessness. It is now time to take control. It is time to take action. It is time that we flood the streets It is time that we flood the streets with our rage, our anger, our frustration, our disappointment. It is time to say it stops here, it stops now, and it stops today. Congress, as a nation, in coming weeks, we will be faced with a choice. When government delivers its clean water bill, my challenge to you is, do we dare? Do we dare become that 10-year-old boy standing in the middle of a road between Belfast and Dublin? Do we dare to dream? Do we dare to believe? Do we dare to challenge? Do we dare to deliver? Do we dare to hope? In the words of my fellow Irishman, Seamus Heaney, history says, don't hope on this side of the grave, but then, once in a lifetime, that longed-for tidal wave of justice can rise up, and hope and history rhyme. My name is Fergal Sharkey. May your God go with you. Gurmayugat. Thank you, Congress. Be brave.
Fergal, thank you so much. That was such a powerful, powerful speech. And Cliff, thank you for everything you do as well. We're back to moving and seconding motions. We're now on to industrial and economic policy general. So can I have the movers and seconders of 119, 120, 121 and 122 down to the front, please? And mover 119, come up to the rostrum.
President, Congress, moving motion 119. This Congress notes that outsourcing is now widespread across commercial estates, corporation buildings, and public-facing environments, where essential workers, including security officers, cleaners, facility staff, and retail workers, keep workplace running and keep people safe. That these workers often carried out the same responsibilities and face the same risks as directly employed staff, yet do not enjoy the same rights, protection, or pay. That outsourced workers are routinely paid less secured, and too often ignored. That outsourcing is frequently used to weaken workers' rights, avoid accountability, and divide the workforce, creating a two-tier system where some workers are protected and the others are left behind. This Congress further notes that while two-pillar legislation is intended to protect terms and conditions during transfer, in practice, contracts are retendering, organization structures are changed, protection are diluted and undermined. That under this current trade union law, workers have a route to recognition, but employers routinely avoid it by delaying statutory process, exploiting loopholes to deny workers a collective voice. This Congress believes that outsourced workers perform a high responsibility roles, protecting buildings, managing incidents, and ensuring public safety, yet face uncertainty about their pay, condition, and rights. That without recognized union representation, speaking up is difficult and unsafe for many other outsourced workers. That mandatory recognition is essential to ensure no avoidance, no loopholes, no hiding behind outsourcing. That all workers, regardless of the employment model, deserve a collective voice, fair negotiation, real accountability. This Congress, therefore, calls on GMB to campaign for mandatory trade union recognition for outsourced workers all over the sectors. Lobby for legislative reform to prevent employees to use outsourcing to avoid recognition obligation. Strengthen enforcement of 2B protection and challenge practices that undermine transfer workers' rights. Ensure that outsourced workers who keeps workplace running and keep people safe are no longer treated as a second-class worker. Congress, right delay and right denied. Reputation block is democracy denied. Please support motion 119 and give outsourced workers the voice they deserve. I move.
Thank you. And the seconder? Formally, thank you, London Region. And then a mover for 120.
President Congress, Margaret Boyd, GMB Scotland, moving motion 120, representation in national industry committees. I'm asking this Congress to reaffirm its support for national wage negotiations across all industries as the most effective way to protect pay terms and conditions for GMB members. Congress, we must, however, recognise the existence of devolved governments in Scotland, Wales and Northern Ireland, which means that industrial, economic and employment policies are increasingly shaped both at a national and devolved level. Congress, I therefore believe that GMB members in the devolved nations must have a clear and effective voice within the national bargaining and decision-making structures. Congress, I therefore ask the CEC to ensure that GMB representation in all national and industrial committees includes appropriate representation from Scotland, Wales and Northern Ireland, reflecting the devolved nature of government and safeguarding the interests of their members across the United Kingdom. Congress, I move. Thank you.
Well done, Margaret. Thank you. Seconder? Seconder? Formally? No. Is there a seconder? Formally. Okay, sorry. Can I just ask for a bit of hush? I know if you're going to go and have a conversation, can you need to move it outside the hall, please? Sorry. Mover of 121. Yeah, brilliant.
President, Congress, Jonathan Gregson, Bradford Public Services, Branch B30. I'm not a first-time delegate. It's not my first speech, but it is the first time I've done one for a motion instead of against it. I'm from the noisy and political region of North East Yorkshire and Humber. Wearing a t-shirt for a noisy political band from Middlesbrough. Why am I telling you this? Because they're called benefits. Appropriately enough, because that's what I do for a living for the last 20 years for Bradford Council. I worked over 20 years in housing benefits. Before that, I did all those part-time jobs that we're talking about in the motion today, 121. Lobby to end taxpayer subsidisation of exploitative work. I really do know what I'm talking about when it comes to both sides of this. The motion touches on employment, wages and benefits. It's not about taking away part-time working. It's not about taking away benefits from people. Part of it is this. What is the effective top rate of tax in the UK? Most people would say it's 45%. It's paid for people who earn more than £125,000 a year. That's wrong. It's effectively 55%, which is done to the lowest paid workers, those people who are getting what we call in-work benefits. They get 55% taken off their income for every pound that they earn. So I ask you, is it right, somebody on £125,000 a year, if you get an extra tenner on your income, you get £5.50 to spend. If you earn £125 a week, you get £4.50 to spend. That is one of the things that is really, really wrong with the benefit system. The lowest paid lose out more than the richest. There needs to be an overhaul of the benefit system. Here we are, it's 8 years on from motion that was done in 2018 at Congress to request that. And the system is still not fit for purpose. Employers benefit from part-time workers, 8 hours a week. That gets you around those pesky 0 hours contract laws that we've just brought in. They ask for extra hours and not pay overtime rates. Holiday pay is minimal, as well as the state is subsidising the worker's income, and therefore indirectly the benefit system is subsidising the employer's profits. If you work in part-time jobs, there's nothing full-time. You're constantly juggling your time, getting from one job to the next, checking rotas and getting by. That's what it's like. You are getting by. I'm not going to cover the motion. All I'm going to say is about getting employers to provide full-time work instead of using part-time workers to undermine rights and wages. It's about a benefit system that should be fit for purpose and about fighting for dignity in full-time work instead of scrabbling around exhausted from working 2 or 3 jobs just to keep a roof over your head. Congress, I ask you to support this motion.
Well done, Jonathan. And seconder, please. Could I have movers and seconders of 212, 214, 217 and the emergency motion 1 ready down the front, please?
President, Congress, afternoon. My name is Christian Lee Santa Barbara. I'm from the shy and humble northeastern Yorkshire Humber region there in the middle. Congress, to me, this is a very straightforward issue that I've seen too many loved ones, friends and colleagues fall victim of. Many in this room will know the struggle of finding decent, well-paying and secure work. If you look at the jobs market today, the work is highly precarious, often limited to less than full-time hours, and I've seen loved ones face up juggling 2 or 3 part-time jobs to get a 35-hour week that makes ends meet. This causes immense strain on the person and poor work-life balance and many, many headaches. Why is it like this? I think it's partly because employers have learned that they face no consequences when they butcher jobs, creating terms and conditions that minimise employment contributions, knowing full well that universal credit and other in-work benefits will pick up the rest. That's 21%, yes, 21% of total benefits claimed in the 2025 February ONS data were from people in work, people with jobs that needed to subsidise exploitative pay and conditions with state support. We cannot let this continue. Our movement should be relentlessly campaigning for better jobs and conditions. This invisible plight and scourge of employers cannot continue to thrive. We must address it. Congress, I was expecting an opposition from the CEC on this motion this afternoon because the stance the CEC originally provided was sent unfinished. Now, Congress, I appreciate that mistakes happen. I've made plenty myself, but I did ask for clarification several times, and I only got the clarification before lunch today. And do you know what? It's fine. But what this does highlight is a bigger factor in how we debate our motions. Us as delegates, I'll leave it there. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for respecting the red light. Thank you. And the mover of 122, please.
President, Vice President, the GS&T, Kelvin Inabulele, proudly Northwest and Irish region. Congress, with over 8 years in logistics and transport, I don't speak on this lightly. I want to thank the GAS L23 branch for bringing this motion to Congress and for trusting me to move it. Congress, let's not dress this up. This motion is about privacy, dignity, and respect. And all three are under attack. Our vans, our cars, our lorries, they are not just tools for the job. They are our workplaces. They are our break rooms. They are often the only place we get a moment to breathe. And now employers want to turn them into rolling surveillance units, recording our voices, listening to our conversation, monitoring everything we say and do. Congress, let's be clear. This is not safety. This is not protection. This is control. Because if this was about safety, we already have enough. We already have cameras watching how we drive, telematics tracking every movement, system logging where we are minute by minute. So don't insult our intelligence by pretending this is about safety. It is a step too far. Gas engineer and transport workers already work under pressure relentlessly. We deal with hazard, we respond to emergencies, we make critical life and death decisions. We are trusted to enter people's home alone, trusted to protect the public, trusted to get it right. But we are not trusted to sit in our own vehicles without being listened to. That is just hypocrisy. That is disrespect. This kind of surveillance doesn't make anyone safer. It creates stress, it destroys morale, it poisons trust. And it sends one clear message: we don't trust you. Well, Congress, if they don't trust us to do the job, they should not rely on us to keep the public safe. No worker should have their private conversation recorded just because they are in a company vehicle. No worker should have to think twice about every word they say in case it is stored, analyzed, and used against them. That is not a workplace. That is a surveillance state on wheels. And once it starts, where does it stop? Today is voice recording. Tomorrow, it is constant monitoring. Then it is discipline based on conversation taken out of context. We know where this leads, and we must stop it here. Just because some companies have introduced it does not mean we accept it. It means we fight it, we resist it where it is coming in. We campaign to remove it where it already exists, because GMB was built to push back, to defend working people, to stand up for unfair treatment, and to draw a line where enough is enough. Congress, this is that line. So today we send a message, not a polite request, a message: back off. Back off our members, back off our privacy, back off our dignity, and most importantly, keep your microphone out of our vehicles. Thank you, Congress.
Thank you. Seconder.
President, Congress, Mark Jones, North Western Irish Region, seconding motion 122, first time delegate, first time speaker. Excessive vehicle surveillance. We believe this is a very important motion. Absolutely, workers should be entitled to their privacy and have dignity at work. Congress, we have to take a strong stance against the rollout of these pernicious technologies. Companies right across the UK are pushing to install many types of surveillance technology into their vehicles. These are the same companies, by the way, that deny they can afford a decent pay rise for their employees, but they can find the money to buy and install surveillance equipment, and also pay for the expensive long-term contracts to gather and manage data produced in a usable format. It is worthwhile making the point they don't install this equipment in company cars they drive, and I wonder why. It couldn't be because it's intrusive, an invasion of their privacy when they're using the vehicles in their own time. For gas workers, the vehicles are not only the travel from A to B, they're the offices and the rest spaces. You should be aware that contractually, due to court rulings, many of these workers are not being paid at all whilst they drive to the first jobs or specified locations, nor are they paid to drive these company vehicles which are contractually responsible for driving home at the end of the working day. Always on surveillance, listening into any private call or even mutterings you make during driving and break times, monitoring eye movements, and let alone recording everything that you say to your colleagues, member of the public, which doesn't seem justifiable under the health and safety umbrella. No worker should have to wonder whether every word they say and every gesture they make is being stored, analysed, ready to be used against them. Quite simply, all our GMB members deserve their privacy and respect. Please support the motion.
Well done, Mark. Does anybody want to speak in opposition? No, then can I ask Donna from the CEC to give the reply, please?
President, Congress, Donna Spicer with the CEC responding to motions 119, 120, 121 and 122. On motion 119, the CEC supports the motion with a qualification. It is already GMB policy, Congress 2024 motion 109, that the UK government should legislate to outlaw public sector contracts being granted to companies that refuse to recognise independent trade unions which workers are seeking to be represented by. The CEC is therefore interpreting point 1 of this motion as making the same call. Secondly, the CEC believes that such legislation must require employers, including in the security sector, who do not already recognise an independent trade union, to first ensure unfettered access for independent unions to their workplaces so that the workforce can choose their union as set out in point 2 of the motion. Thirdly, GMB rightly supports organising and recognition campaigns in security and facilities management sectors. However, it is not GMB Congress that decides if and what organising campaigns to prioritise. Instead, that decision is for discussion and agreement between GMB regions and their representatives to the union's national organising team. On motion 120, the CEC supports the motion with a qualification. In line with existing Congress policy and organising practice through GMB at Work, we absolutely support our members in certain employers or industrial sectors to organise together, formulate common claims and negotiate together beyond individual workplaces and on an enterprise employer level or even sectoral level. Congress 2019, motion 165. As GMB at Work sets out, the workplace is the building block of GMB, and therefore we would wish to see members in all workplaces covered by these structures having a clear and effective voice. GMB at Work also states that people are strongest when they organise themselves, and therefore the CEC's qualification, that is for those members and reps themselves, not GMB Congress or the CEC, to ensure that all workplaces covered by these structures have a clear and effective voice, working with the relevant regional and national GMB officials to ensure it. On motion 121, the CEC supports the motion with a qualification. The CEC's qualifications are firstly that in line with long-standing GMB policy, we welcome and rightly defend a number of welfare protections benefits that make the welfare system a safety net and not a punishment, while noting that specific benefits like universal credit desperately need to be overhauled. Congress 2018, Composite 26. Secondly, the CEC agrees that we must fight for decent and unionised employment to be in itself a safe way out of poverty. However, we wish to qualify that GMB has already been carrying out the motion's call for legislative and lobbying efforts to ensure employers take responsibility for providing sustainable, equitable employment practices. In GMB's political work for our campaigning for Labour to deliver the Employment Rights Act, which will be the biggest upgrade to workers' rights in a generation by creating the right to guaranteed hours of work, improved statutory sick pay and leave entitlements, and improved rights to claim unfair dismissal. On motion 122, that's it, we support it with a qualification. The CEC supports the principles set out in this motion but wishes to qualify how the union responds to the concerning rise in intrusive surveillance in a way that best supports our members in the workplace. Firstly, as set out in the special report on future of work carried by Congress 2022, greater awareness and stronger enforcement of existing laws and protections is needed as part of GMB's response to the rise of surveillance in the workplace. There are protections under the Data Protection Act 2018 and the Information Commissioner's Office's Employment Practices Code that information must be collected for a clear and advertised purpose. In addition, the CEC does not believe that it is the place of Congress to decide a campaign against the use of inward-facing cameras and voice recording technology across all industries as this motion proposes, but rather that Congress gives it its full support for such campaigns by GMB members in their workplaces and sectors where they have decided that such use of technology is intrusive for them. This issue, above all, requires an industrial response from our members in these workplaces, and GMB's response will naturally differ depending on the nature of our members' work and their views. For example, some GMB members have supported forms of recording when those records can be used as objective evidence following a complaint, particularly in the ambulance service. But we recognise for others, trust in this technology has been undermined when management has misused technology like CCTV recordings in vehicles. Therefore, Congress, the CEC is supporting with qualifications motions 119, 120, 121 and 122. Thank you.
Thanks, Don. That was quite a long CEC reply. Okay, London Region, do you accept the qualification on 119? Yes, thank you. Scotland, do you accept the qualification on 120? Thank you. North East Yorkshire and Humber, do you accept the qualification on 121? That was nice, loud and clear. North Western Irish Region, do you accept the qualification on 122? Thank you. I'll put those to the vote. All those in favour of motion 119, please show. Thank you. Anyone against? That's carried. All those in favour of motion 120, please show. Thank you. Anyone against? That's carried. All those in favour of motion 121, please show. Thank you. Anyone against? That's carried. All those in favour of motion 122, please show. Thank you. That's also carried. We now move on to industrial and economic policy, taxation, trade and pay. So could I have the move of motion 212, please, to the rostrum?
Madam President, Vice President, Dave Sadler, R36 branch, JCB, Midlands Region and Midlands Manufacturing Committee member. Very humbling experience for me this week. Not only have I got to, as a Liverpool fan, got to listen to Margaret and to Sue yesterday, but another member of my youth. You've put me just after Fergal Sharkey. How do you follow that? I stand before you today to speak about an issue that goes to the heart of fairness, responsibility, and the kind of society we want to build together. The application of inheritance tax in transfers from sovereign to sovereign. Well, let's be clear about what we're talking about. Inheritance tax exists for a reason. It's not about punishment, it's about balance. It ensures that wealth, particularly vast and accumulated wealth, contributes back into the society that helped create and sustain it. As trade unionists, we fight every day for fairness in the workplace, fair pay, fair conditions and fair treatment. So we must also stand for fairness in the wider system, because what message do we send if ordinary working people pay their taxes in full while certain transfers of immense wealth are treated differently? Supporting inheritance tax from sovereign to sovereign is about consistency. It's about saying that no institution, no matter how historic or symbolic, sits outside the principles of fairness that apply to everyone else. We respect tradition, of course we do, but respect for tradition must not come at the expense of justice. Institutions evolve, society evolves, and our tax system must evolve with it. Let's also talk about what this means in practical terms. Revenue raised through fair taxation funds are public services, the NHS, social care, local government and education. These are not abstract ideas, these are the services our members rely on every single day. When wealth passes untaxed at the very top, that burden doesn't disappear, it shifts, and too often, it shifts onto the soldiers, the working people. That is something we cannot accept. This is not about targeting individuals, it's about principles. It's about ensuring that everyone, from the shop floor to the very top, plays their part in supporting the society we all depend on. And let's be honest, public trust matters. People need to believe the system is fair. They need to see that rules apply equally, because when they don't, confidence erodes and division grows. Congress, we have always stood on the side of fairness, equality and accountability. Supporting an inheritance tax in these circumstances is entirely consistent with our values. So let us be clear, confident and united. Fairness does not stop at the gates of privilege, it applies to all. I urge Congress to support this position, not only of ideology, but out of a simple and enduring belief in justice. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Seconder.
President, Congress, Bradley Wall, the mighty Midlands region, first-time delegate, first-time speaker. So I'm going to keep this very simple. Nearly every single person in this room, you work hard, and you pay tax. And that's a privilege. We pay tax because we are in a society that we want to see thrive. We want good schools, we want good roads, we want good healthcare. These are just a few of the things that you need to have a society that matters. Some of you will be in a position where you can pass along a little bit of wealth to the next generation. None of you will be in a position where that wealth will mean the next generations to come in perpetuity do not ever need to work. And that's why, very, very simply, we should support this motion. It's a basic fairness that loopholes should not exist to make it so the very wealthy in this country continue to be wealthy whilst other people struggle to get by. So, conference, please support this motion.
Thank you, Bradley. The mover of motion 214.
President, Congress. Chris Marsh, Wales and South West Region, moving motion 214. Congress, free ports are being rolled out right across our nation and regions, and we are told they will bring investment, innovation and jobs. And let us be clear, we all want jobs and we all want growth. We all want thriving communities. But Congress, what kind of jobs, what kind of growth, and who truly benefits? Because without strong standards, without a union voice, without accountability, free ports risk becoming something very different. They risk becoming areas where regulation is weaker, where workers are more vulnerable, and where public money does not deliver public good. This is why this motion matters. We have already seen warning signs, inconsistencies in pay, gaps in training, a lack of coordination between employers, local authorities, and too often trade unions. In some places, decisions are being made without workers having a seat at the table. Congress, this is not acceptable. If free ports are to succeed, they must be built on the foundations of fairness. They must create secure, skilled, unionised jobs, not precarious work with weakened protections. And that does not happen by accident. It happens because unions like the GMB lead, organise and demand better. This motion is about leadership. It is about making sure the GMB is not reacting to free ports but shaping them. We are calling for a clear national free port strategy, one that sets out our priorities and ensures that wherever free ports exist, GMB members are organised, represented and protected. We are calling for trade union consultation and recognition to be embedded in every free port governance structure, not as an afterthought, but as a basic requirement, because workers must not be locked out of decisions that affect their jobs, their pay and their futures. We are calling for negotiated agreements across all free port employers, covering pay, conditions, apprenticeships, skills and environmental standards. Congress, this is about raising the floor, not racing to the bottom. It is about making sure that when public money is used to support these developments, it delivers real value, good jobs, strong communities, and sustainable growth. And importantly, this motion puts organising at its heart. We must map where free ports exist, we must understand where workers are, and we must go out there and organise across the entire supply chain. Because free ports will not shape one workplace, they will shape the whole community. Congress, if we get this right, free ports could be places of opportunity, places where young people access apprenticeships, where skilled jobs are created, and where communities are strengthened. But if we get it wrong, they risk deepening inequality and undermining standards we have fought decades to win. So the question before us is simple. Do we stand back or do we step forward? This motion says we step forward. We lead, we organise, we demand better. We make sure free ports work for workers, not the other way around. Congress, I urge you to support this motion. I move.
Well done, Chris. Thank you. Seconder?
President, Congress, Andy Mills, Wales and South West Regions, seconding motion 214. Congress, we have now heard how free ports are being promoted as an engine of growth, but growth alone is not enough. Growth without fairness, without standards, without workers' voice means very little to people we represent. Because our members don't just need jobs, they need decent jobs, secure jobs, union jobs. This motion is about making sure that free posts do not become places where hard-won rights are quietly eroded. It's about making sure that whatever public investment goes, strong employment standards goes with it. Congress, GMB has always been at its best when we are organised, visible and unapologetic in standing up for our members. Free ports must be no different. If new industries and supply chains are developing, so must our presence within them. If new workplaces are opening, then we must open the door to trade union recognition. This motion gives us a clear plan to do exactly that by mapping where workers are, organising across our supply chains and embedding union influence at every level. And let's be clear, this is not about opposing development, it's about shaping it so that apprenticeships are real opportunities, not just empty promises, shaping it that pay and conditions are negotiated, not dictated, and shaping it so that workers have a genuine voice in decisions that affect their lives. Congress, free ports will never raise standards or weaken them, and the choice will depend in very small part on what we do next. By supporting this motion, we are saying clearly, GMB will lead, GMB will organise, and GMB will not allow workers in free ports to be left behind. I urge Congress to support. Thank you.
Look at that, perfect timing, Andy. Well done. Mover of motion 217, please.
President, Congress, Leon Jones, Wales and South West Region, moving motion 217. Congress, at first glance, this issue might seem technical, about pay periods, implementation dates, and guidance. However, this is not about administrative convenience. This is about fairness, dignity, and whether the lowest paid workers in our economy actually receive the pay rise they are promised. Every year, on the 1st of April, the national living wage is increased. We're told this is about helping working people keep up with the cost of living. We're told it's about ensuring no one is left behind. But for many workers, especially those paid monthly, that simply isn't true. Under current guidance, employers are allowed to delay applying that increase until the next pay cycle. That means if your pay period doesn't begin on the 1st of April, you can sometimes lose out, sometimes by weeks. Think about what that means in real terms. A worker on 40 hours a week, as a minimum, might lose around £70 from that delay. £70 to some people may not seem like much, but to the workers that we represent, it's the difference between keeping the heating on, topping up the meter, filling the fridge, or going without. These are not abstract losses. These are real sacrifices made by people who can least afford them. Congress, the truth is simple. A pay rise delayed is a pay rise denied. And what makes this worse is that it disproportionately affects those already on the edge. Those paid monthly, those budgeting week by week, those with no buffer to absorb the shortfall. The living wage is meant to set a minimum standard of decency. It is meant to lift people up, not leave them short because of a quirk in payroll timing. This practice undermines that principle completely. None of us here would accept an employer delaying holiday pay or sick pay because it was inconvenient to process. So why should we accept it that when it comes to the very minimum people are legally entitled to earn? Colleagues, this is about respect. Respect for work, respect for workers, respect for the principle that a legal entitlement should mean exactly that from the day it comes into force. This motion does three simple but important things. Firstly, it calls on our union to campaign, to say loudly and clearly that the living wage must be paid from the 1st of April, in full for every worker. Secondly, it calls on us to challenge employers who hide behind guidance to shortchange their staff. And finally, it calls on us to push the government to close this loophole once and for all, so that no worker loses out simply because how they are paid it falls. Congress, if we are serious about tackling low pay, then we must be serious about enforcing it, because fairness delayed is fairness denied. And for the workers that every single one of us in this room stand for, that denial is happening right now. I urge Congress to support this motion. I move.
Thank you, Leon. Seconder.
President Congress, Andy Mills, Wales and South West Region, seconding motion 217. Congress, I second this motion. You've already heard clearly why the change is needed, but I want to focus on one simple point. Fairness in pay should not depend on how often you are paid. Right now, we have a situation where the national living wage increases on the 1st of April, but many employers are allowed to delay paying that increase into the next pay period. On paper, that might sound administrative. In reality, for monthly paid workers, it means very different. It means that someone on the lowest paid workers in this country, our members, can miss out on weeks of pay that they are legally entitled to. Let's be clear, losing up to £70 might not sound like much to some people, those at the top, but for someone earning the living wage, that's not small change. That's food on the table, fuel in the car, or just keeping the lights on. It's that difference between coping and struggling. And that's why these matters, because the living wage was introduced to support those on the lowest incomes. If its implementation allows people to lose out, then temporarily, then its purpose is being undermined. This is not about complexity, it's about consistency and justice. A rise in the living wage should mean exactly that, a rise from the date that it is due for everyone, regardless of whether they are paid weekly or monthly. Otherwise, we're effectively saying that some workers deserve less, simply because of payroll timing, and that is something this union should not ever accept. This motion is practical, it's reasonable, and most importantly, it is necessary. By campaigning for change to government guidance, we are standing up for fairness, for the clarity, and for our members who can least afford to be left behind. Congress, this is a small change. Let's make a real difference to our people on the lowest paid. I second.
Thank you, Andy. And the move of emergency motion 1.
President, Congress, Susan Kelly, Wales and South West Region, being supported by Tracy Ashton of the CEC, because as you can all see, I'm not that steady on my feet today. Also, just to give you a heads up, for some of you, this is going to be a very emotive motion. Get the tissues out. On the 2nd of June, the Supreme Court passed a judgment that overruled something called the Cheshire West motion. Cheshire West ruling. And that's all laid out in the motion for you. But what it basically did is it took away our legal safeguards. It took away the need for an independent assessor to inspect care homes, to inspect independent supported living arrangements and secured units, including childcare units for teenagers, to ensure that the placement is safe, justified, and in the person's best interests. The decision, although taken in Northern Ireland, is applicable across the whole of the UK and it tears up those protections. There are some other protections that are meant to be put in place. They're called the Liberty Protection Safeguards for England and Wales. They're not applicable in Scotland. But it won't be the local authorities that are due to put those in place. It will be whichever body is responsible. So it could be the care home providers, it could be the NHS. We don't actually know because nobody's telling us. Oh, and by the way, when they do an assessment, it will last for up to 3 years rather than it being checked every 12 months. The other thing that they're not telling you is that it's a massive backward step because Cheshire West has been classed as the acid test, not only in the UK, but in other countries as well. And you might be thinking, well, how does this affect us? Well, think about your children and your families and the people you work with, or if you work in social care, or you work in caring. What if you have a child in a residential home, or you have a family member in a residential support unit or a dementia care? For perfectly valid reasons, you may not be able to visit them daily. You're not in charge of your care. They can't advocate for themselves. Now, you may find that due to their condition, they might be sedated, or that the environment they're in has institutionalised them to the extent that they don't really know much different from where they are. The new legislation says that you have to actively object. You can't just passively sit there and someone says, is everything okay? You have to actively tell them, I do not want to be here. Well, how do you do that if you've gone into a voluntary hold under mental health because you're in crisis? You can't if you're sedated. How do you actively object to your care if you're suffering with dementia or other illnesses that means you're restrained or under sedation? You can't. And there's no right to an independent review. How did you personally object to that? Because your family can't object for you. It doesn't sound fair to me, and I hope it doesn't sound fair to you. Congress, what we're asking for is nothing revolutionary. All we're asking for is that we campaign on this, that we look into it, and that for our colleagues, for our families, our friends, for us now and in the future, we don't allow a backward step. We look at what the mental health charities are doing, and we don't allow things to happen behind locked doors because someone is not in a position to object. It is unfair, it is unreasonable, and it is unjust. I move.
Thank you, Susan and Tracy. Thank you. Seconder, please.
President Congress, Jeff Sutton, Wales and the South West region, seconding emergency motion 1. Congress, various well-known charities including Mind, MenCap, the National Autistic Society have raised serious concerns over this judgment. That alone should raise cause for concern. We cannot, as reasonable people, support the removal of independent checks and balances, right to advocacy, and certainly not the right to free legal aid. We cannot support the right of parents, family members, and carers to be involved in advocating for someone's conditions of care being removed. Let us be clear. Those are some of the things this judgment is potentially removing. And the present regulations, are the present regulations being adhered to fully? No, they're not. Current NHS statistics show that the number of deprivations of liberty safeguarding applications made in England 23 to 24 was 332,455, up more than 300,000 from a decade earlier. There's also a backlog of 122,790 cases. This motion does not dispute this needs to be resolved, but this judgment is not necessarily the right way. We do not want to go backwards as a society. We need to move forwards. The proposal for new liberty protection safeguards have been proposals and under consultation on and off since 2022. In October 2025, the Department of Health and Social Care announced a new consultation on the LPS reforms scheduled for the first half of 2026. It's widely considered that the earliest the LPS could be come into force is 2027 and may well be pushed back again. How is this possibly serving our disabled members and their loved ones? This is possibly serving our members who work in the health and social care sectors. In truth, it's not supporting anyone. Please support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. Is there anybody that wants to speak in opposition to any of the motions? Yep, please come up and let us know which motion it is you're opposing.
Madam President, Vice President, Congress. Phil Harris, Rotherham Local Authority, North East Yorkshire and Humber Region. Better response than last year. Speaking against motion 212 without support of region. Now, Congress, I know many of you will think I am wrong. But Congress is not about agreeing with everything and everybody. It should be about considering alternative views from different perspectives before rejecting them. So let's debate this. I'm aware that the whole financing and taxing of the royal family needs reviewing, but that is a much bigger issue. I am against this particular motion on principle. Inheritance tax, also known as death duties, has over many years resulted in many great houses, estates and businesses being closed, and workers, the gardeners, the cleaners, the maintenance staff being put out of work. Inheritance tax on large estates results in them being split up and sold off to pay the tax bill. Just look at the farmers. In response to the campaign by the NFU, farmers, and widespread public revolt, the government had to backtrack on their proposal. So, let's imagine the sovereign gets a tax bill, has to sell off a large proportion of the royal estate to cover death duties. So he sells off the royal estate, and who buys them? Buckingham Palace, sold. Windsor Castle, sold. Balmoral, sold. The buyers? Rich investors, oligarchs, sheikhs, Elon Musk. Imagine Nigel Farage in Reform, buy Buckingham Palace. Oh, sorry. So, all the royal finances and taxation need reviewing, and this is not the right way to do it. Please oppose.
Thank you, Phil, for winding up then when the red light came on. David, you do have the right of reply if you wish to use that. No? Okay. That takes me to the CEC speaker, Elaine.
President, Congress. Elaine Daly speaking on behalf of the CEC, responding to motion 217 and emergency motion 1. The CEC is supporting motion 217 with a qualification that resolving the issue that the branch has identified in the way the motion calls for may require a change in the law. This may be more difficult to achieve, and we'll need to carefully consider any potential consequences of opening up minimum wage legislation to unwanted amendment in Parliament by politicians who want to water down workers' rights. This is because the payment of the national minimum wage rates by pay reference periods is set out in the National Minimum Wage Act itself, which government guidance takes from. However, GMB can certainly raise the issue which the branch has identified with the government of part of its annual submission to the Low Pay Commission consultation on the national minimum wage. Ultimately, the CEC believes that the GMB's industrial ability to adjust pay reference periods for workers through negotiation with the employer may be a more quick and effective way of resolving this issue. On Emergency Motion 1, the Supreme Court ruling on severely disabled people's care, the CEC is seeking to refer. The CEC thanks the branch for bringing this motion to the attention of Congress. This is a very new judgment, days old, on a complex piece of case law. We are concerned by what the implications could be, as the motion highlights for both those receiving and delivering care. We believe it responsible to monitor this issue, as it is a very new judgment. We also believe it responsible to canvass our membership who deliver this particular type of care to understand their views of awareness and awareness of the matter and how their employers are responding to it. We do not disagree with the calls in the motion, but further work is needed to know what the best guidance would be for the UK government to issue. Therefore, Congress, the CEC is asking that Motion 217 be supported with the qualification and that Emergency Motion 1 be referred. Thank you.
Thank you, Elaine. Just before I go to the acceptance, can I ask movers and seconders of 218, 219, 220, 222 and 223 to come down the front, please? Does Wales and South West accept the qualification on 217? Thank you. And do you agree to refer back on the Emergency Motion 1? What's that? Was that a no? Okay. I can't read. Can somebody really shout out? Are you accept the referral? Thank you. Sorry, because it's the room dynamics and the sound in this room. I'll go to the vote on 212. All those in favour, please show. Thank you. Anyone against? That's carried. All those in favour of 214, please show. Thank you. Anyone against? That's carried. All those in favour of 217, please show. Anyone against? That's carried. And then Wales and South West, you accept the reference back, so there's no vote on that. Thank you.
Moving to motions relating to industrial and economic policy, investment and infrastructure. Can the mover of motion 218 please come to the rostrum?
Ian Kemp, North East Yorkshire number, proud to be a third generation steelworker, proud to speak on behalf of all steelworkers, moving motion 218. And to our Welsh colleagues, solidarity and best wishes to our brothers and sisters affected by the fire at Tata in Port Talbot. Good wishes to you. President, Congress, if Alexander Armstrong gave 100 steelworkers 100 seconds to list as many reasons for the present state of the steel industry, you'd get a list as long as your arm and there'd still be some pointless answers. For years, they said the steel industry was overmanned, that working practices were outdated, that productivity was too low. So they sacrificed our jobs, our communities. They changed our working practices, and thanks to our hard work, productivity increased. And yet, even though we're in a period when producing steel should be a license to print money, production has slumped. In fact, there's been periods where no steel has actually been melted in this country. The melting shops where I work have not been switched on for 2 years. Maybe, just maybe, we need to look at the deeper issues affecting the industry. We need, for example, to look at the ownership. In the last 40 years, we've had an eclectic bunch of owners at the successor companies to the old British Steel Corporation. Some have been quite good, some not so good, but at least they were honest triers. And then there's been the cowboys, the charlatans and the crooks. That's privatisation for you. You never know what you're going to get. Government policies also need examining, not just those specific to the steel industry, but things like energy and transport policies. Look at the high cost of bills paid to our foreign-owned private energy firms that subsidise the bills of our competitors. Steel is an ideal commodity to be transported by rail. One of the mills where I work was even set up to enable that steel to be transported by the canal system. And yet the majority of steel is transported by road, or the most efficient, cost-effective or greenest option. But amongst the doom and gloom, however, there is one beacon of hope. Sheffield Forge Masters. They're thriving. And the only difference between them and the others, and make of this what you will, is that they've been nationalised. Being a steel worker, it's not just my job, it's my identity. And when they talk about values, it's about having the values of hard work, of comradeship, of community, of looking after your own, by which I mean your work colleagues. I ask you, support this motion, support having a public inquiry into the steel industry, leaving no stone unturned. Let's learn the lessons. Let's get back to being the workshop of the world, backed by a steel industry. Now, I've said this before, and I'll keep on saying it till they start listening. To the politicians and owners, I may have to dress like a minion at work, but don't ever treat me like one. Save our steel!
Can I have a seconder, please, for motion 218?
Barrett, North Tyneside Council branch from the North Eastern Yorkshire and Humber region. Thank you. I'd like to second this motion, 128, into a public inquiry into safeguarding the steel industry's future. Being born and bred in the northeast of England, I know what happens when you let industries die. We've seen the consequences and the failure after failure of governments since the 1970s, preventing communities where they suffer and wither until they no longer exist. As a movement, we have a duty to defend both our industrial heritage and its past and its future. Because if we let the furnaces go out on steel, steel won't be on the back burner, it will be gone forever. In the northeast, coal and shipbuilding's been decimated. And when they collapsed, they didn't just take jobs, they took identity, pride and community. And they're still living consequences of those decisions today. At the turn of the century, the UK produced over 50% of its steel. Today, it's around 30%. So on that, we've seen what happens when industries disappear. They become extinct like dinosaurs, only for their reminiscence to be found in museums. So let's not let that happen to the steel industry, and let's support a public inquiry into its safeguarding. So if we fail to act, the communities may not recover like they haven't in the past. So I'm asking Congress to support this motion.
Thank you. Can I have the mover for motion 219, please?
President, Congress, Mark Jones, North Western Irish Region, second time speaker now, and moving motion 219. This Congress calls on GMB to continue to support our long-standing policy towards a full public ownership and nationalisation of essential infrastructure. However, with the refusal of successive governments to implement full public ownership, we propose an interim measure which will give some benefits to the country and our people. Colleagues, essential infrastructure underpins every aspect of modern life and future prosperity. By infrastructure, we mean energy generation and distribution, water and sewerage, communication networks and other essential utilities relied upon by citizens and industry. Citizens and businesses have no choice but to pay for these services from privatised monopolies, the cost of which make up a significant proportion of household and business expenditure. The high cost of infrastructure services means reduced disposable income for households, increased production costs and damage to companies' competitiveness and employment. This motion reinforces our belief that while full nationalisation remains the correct and necessary long-term objective, the current political conditions mean it may not be immediately achievable. In the meantime, an interim position is required to protect consumers, workers and the wider economy, and this policy will also provide energy security for the country and importantly, affordable energy for all. Most of the UK infrastructure was originally built using public funding and public-backed borrowing. Therefore, once infrastructure assets are paid for, logic and fairness dictate that prices should fall to reflect the only cost running and maintaining of the asset. Instead, private owners are extracting profits by selling paid-off assets at inflated values based on future profits, the loading companies with debt to fund dividends, paying interest to owners or shareholders linked lenders, and they're holding the nation to ransom. Whilst these practices are legal, they are immoral, unjust and economically harmful, which leads to prices being kept artificially high, and this has effect on allowing owners to profit multiple times from the same asset, leaving workers and consumers paying the price and causing poverty and hardship to working people and putting businesses in jeopardy. Until full nationalisation is achieved, the Congress calls on the GMB to promote a policy whereby all future licences for essential infrastructure must include binding conditions that prevent excessive debt loading, prohibit the extraction of value through shareholder loans, ensure the once and original construction of upgrade costs are repaid prices and reduced to reflect only genuine operating and maintenance costs. Where regulators or other bodies deem it appropriate to increase tariffs or other charges to enable businesses to upgrade, maintain, build infrastructure or any other reason, that the value of such investment paid for by consumers, whether industrial or domestic, be wholly owned by the public and treated as if it was an investment by any other venture. The Labour Party has introduced a national wealth fund which is ideally placed to be the vehicle to bank the government share of profits while having the control to influence prices and generate wealth for the country. All existing licences should, within the next 5 years, or at the point of licence renewal, variation or alteration, whichever is sooner, be brought into line with the same conditions. Infrastructure pricing must be based on costs, long-term maintenance and investment in service quality and workforce safety, not financial engineering. I've just seen the red light, so I'll finish it there. Essential infrastructure should serve the public interest and not financial institutions and markets. Please support this motion.
Can I have the seconder, please, for motion 219?
Good afternoon, Madam President, Vice President, General Secretary and Congress. Melissa Johnson from the North Western Irish Region. I stand here to formally second this very important motion. As you just heard from my comrade, the stark reality of private ownership of essential infrastructure is heading towards crisis. Every day, our members look at their bills in disbelief. As the water bill rises, water companies pump filth into our waterways and wealth into their shareholders' pockets. As energy prices rise, the energy companies are burning through their profits while our members are trying to decide whether to heat their house or put food on the table because their wages can't stretch to both. We must be clear that our ultimate goal is for essential infrastructure to be nationalised into public ownership, but we can't wait for this perfect world while our communities are being asset stripped piece by piece. This is the time for us to make a stand against private operators and tell them that their days of taking our money is over. If an operator wants to run our energy, our water, our communications, or any of our essential networks, they need to accept that they cannot do so if they are going to fund dividends by loading the infrastructure with debt or siphon the money out of services via shareholder deals. For too long, companies have run to their regulators, begged to raise bills to pay for upgrades, then claim the value of this infrastructure for themselves. This is wholly unfair. If the public pay for an upgrade through bills, then the public should own that investment. By utilising the National Wealth Fund to bank the public share of profits, we can actively influence pricing, protect consumers, and generate real wealth, not just for the speculative financial market. Congress, essential infrastructure underpins everything we do. It belongs in public hands to serve public interest, and we want to send a clear message to those at the top that GMB will always stand up for the public interest over private profit. Therefore, I ask you to support this motion.
Can I have the move of motion 220, please?
President, Vice President, Congress. Andrew here at London Region, moving motion 220, defensive autarky. We note that UK government spending on defence is currently 2.4% of GDP and is due to reach 3.5% by 2035. With instability and threats increasing around the world, shaken by global actors like Russia, China and the current US administration, threatening Europe, NATO and other allies. The US is no longer a reliable ally, and our so-called special relationship is an abusive one. In light of this, I suggest we need to build our defences faster and develop a greater level of self-sufficiency or autarky in the areas of energy supply and defence. We cannot leave ourselves open to global storms not of our making, tossed about by the whims and actions of Putin or Trump. We need to become a strong beacon of light to a sea of darkness with our own energy and defences, protecting our people and jobs, whilst not sacrificing those in need of support through public services and welfare. We cannot free ourselves from the influences of foreign superpowers only to make cuts and impoverish our people. Congress, I move.
Can I have the seconder for motion 220, please?
President, Congress, Martin Dolan, London Region, seconding motion 220. A country that is largely self-sufficient in its production, supply chain and strategic capabilities with regards to its own defence has a powerful foundation for resilience, sovereignty and long-term security. Self-sufficiency has several benefits. It strengthens national security in an increasingly unpredictable world. It reduces reliance on foreign supplies for critical military equipment, technology or raw materials. It would stop supply chain disruptions, whether caused by geopolitical tensions, economic sanctions or global crisis. An autarky military supports economic growth and technological advancement. It would develop homegrown defence industries, stimulate high-skilled jobs, drive research and development, and foster innovation that could spill over into civilian sectors, from advanced engineering to cybersecurity and artificial intelligence. It would enhance its strategic independence. If we were in control of our own defence capabilities, it would give us greater freedom in defence, making the opportunity to act in our own national interests. The independence would be particularly important in times of crisis, where swift and decisive action may be required. Finally, an autarky military would strengthen national confidence and unity.
Knowing that we have the capability to defend ourselves using our own resources, it would foster a sense of pride and assurance. It would reinforce the idea that the UK is prepared not just to respond to threats, but to shape its own destiny. In conclusion, while international cooperation remains valuable, building a more self-reliant military ensures that the United Kingdom is secure, innovative and independent in an uncertain world. I second, please support.
Thank you, Martin. Good timing. Can I have the mover for motion 222, please?
Good afternoon. President, Vice President, Congress, Zach Khan, representing the remarkable North Western Irish branch. Thank you. First-time delegate and first-time speaker. Thank you. Thank you. Moving motion 222. Proposal to design oil and gas exploration contracts in the UK for the benefit of British citizens. Congress, this motion calls on GMB to continue with our current policy of full nationalisation of the energy industry. However, until the political climate is ready to move towards full public ownership, GMB should be ready to adopt an interim position. Congress, should the current ban on new licences for oil and gas exploration in the UK waters be subject to review, we call for this to be done on a full public ownership model. This would maximise any benefits for the peoples of the UK. Unless and until this is possible, we believe it is imperative that any future licences for oil and gas exploration and production are designed to ensure that the benefits are equally shared with British citizens. The successful model established by Norway highlights the potential for such arrangements to significantly benefit the UK population. Individual investors, shareholders, companies and offshore businesses have historically reaped the majority of the rewards from oil and gas operations. Rather than reinvesting in infrastructure or supporting the average workers, they have profited higher management and paid higher dividends, with what little tax is generated not significantly benefiting the government or British people. There exists a pressing need for policies that prioritise ordinary working people and invest in long-term infrastructure that reduces costs for consumers and energy-intensive industries alike. We believe any revenues generated from oil and gas extraction should be directed towards the greater good, focusing on the prosperity of our citizens and fostering businesses that are responsible employers. So, on that basis, we ask that GMB Congress calls for, firstly, promoting a policy whereby all future licences for oil and gas exploration mirror or improve upon the fiscal frameworks of Norway, thereby ensuring that substantial benefits are directed to the British people. Secondly, further, that with immediate effect, this should apply to existing licences or apply when licences are renewed or altered. Thirdly, the effective utilisation of the National Wealth Fund to administer and maximise profits derived from oil and gas production, with the express purpose of enhancing the welfare of all citizens. Fourthly, a commitment from the government to ensure that a significant portion of the generated revenue is reinvested into energy-intensive industries, thereby securing high-quality, well-paying and unionised jobs for the workforce. And finally, an emphasis on establishing sustainable practices and long-term infrastructural investments that align with the best interests of British citizens, ensuring that they are not left behind as the nation pursues alternative energy resources. Congress, thanks for lending me an attentive ear. Please support this motion.
Well done, Zach. Can we have the seconder, please, for motion 222?
President, Congress, Mark Jones again, North Western Irish region. Seconding motion 222. Congress, I second the motion to design oil and gas exploration contracts in the UK for the benefit of British citizens. We are asking you to fully support the call for continued commitment to nationalisation of the energy industry while adopting a pragmatic interim position to protect the public interest. We believe the motion's measures aligning UK licensing and fiscal terms with Norway's model or improving on it, applying improved terms to existing and renewed licences, effectively utilising the newly created National Wealth Fund, ring-fencing revenue to reinvest in energy-intensive industries and prioritising sustainable long-term infrastructure and unionised jobs. This is necessary to ensure that the benefits of the UK oil and gas are shared equitably with the British people. Congress, I second.
Can I have the mover of motion 223, please?
Prioritising non-agricultural land for solar energy development. President, Congress, Jeff Sutton, WSW. Known to you all as Wales in the South West, known to us as We Support Workers. Congress, we all recognise the urgency of the climate crisis. We know the UK must expand green energy, and we know solar power is a vital part of that transition. But we also know something else. We cannot afford to solve one crisis by creating another. Right now, too many large-scale solar developments are being pushed onto productive farmland, land that grows our food, land that supports rural jobs, land that communities rely on. Once it's covered in panels, it's not feeding anyone. Congress, this is not a choice between green energy and food security. We can and we must have both. Across the UK, we have thousands of acres of rooftops, car parks, warehouses, public buildings, industrial estates, and brownfield sites sitting there, doing nothing, while developers take the easy option of swallowing up farmland. It's lazy planning and it's short-sighted. Solar panels belong on built environments first, not on the fields that feed our country. This motion calls on the GMB to push for exactly that, a national policy that prioritises rooftops and brownfield land, investment incentives to make rooftop solar the default, an opposition to solar farms on high-quality agricultural land where alternatives exist. Congress, this is common sense. It protects jobs, protects food production, and still delivers the renewable energy future we all want. I urge you to support this motion. Thank you.
Can I have the seconder, please, for motion 223?
President, Congress, Phil Taylor, Wales South West, first-time delegate, first-time speaker. Congress, the UK is facing a perfect storm. Rising energy costs, climate pressures and increasing concerns about food security. Working people feel the impact of all three. That's why this motion matters. We all support renewable energy, but we need to get it right. And right now, we are not. Developers are targeting farmland because it's cheap and easy. But easy doesn't mean sensible, it doesn't mean sustainable, and it certainly doesn't mean fair to the communities who depend on that land. Meanwhile, the built environment is full of opportunities. Multi-storey car parks, logistics centres, supermarkets, council buildings, schools and hospitals, all with huge roof space, all perfect for solar, all underused. This is where solar should go first. Congress, this motion isn't anti-solar, it's pro-planning, pro-workers and pro-common sense. It says, let's use the land we've already developed before we sacrifice the land that feeds us. I urge Congress to back this motion and send a clear message. We want green energy, but we don't want to trade away our farmland to get it. I second.
Well done, Phil. Anyone wish to oppose any of these motions? Brilliant. Rosemary from CEC, could you reply back, please?
Afternoon, President. Afternoon, Congress. Rosemary Cooper, speaking on behalf of the CEC. Motion 220223. On motions 220, the CEC is supporting this motion with two small qualifications. Firstly, we recognise the term authority used in the motion as seeking a level of economics, independence of self-sufficiency in the UK, and not hysterical, meaning links to policies of the Italian fascist dictatorship in the 1920s, 30s. Secondly, the CEC wishes to qualify that while it is GMB's policy to support increase of defence, spending the GMB does not believe that this increases should be funded at the expense of cutting government spending on public service or public welfare. The motion importantly highlights the challenges faced by the UK from not only Russia aggression in the UK, in the Ukraine, but USA aggression under the current administration, both of which are threatening to collapse any remains rules-based orders on the international stage. On motion 223, the CEC is supporting this motion with qualifications. It is GMB's policy to support UK food security and to call on local authorities to not refuse planning permission for solar development too easily. This motion is helpful, builds out on this policy. The CEC's first qualification is that until there is a breakthrough in large-scale economic viability and reliable storage technology, solar will need to be part of a sensible mix of renewables and low-carbon sources, including nuclear, to power the UK. Secondly, in the aims of the motion can only be erected in good consequences once reinforced. Labour has been eliminated from the supply chains for solar panel, which can be traced in almost all solar modules that are sold in Europe. Therefore, Congress, please support both these motions with the qualifications I have explained. Thank you.
Thank you, Rosemary. Okay. Can I ask for the movers of Composite 10, motion 227 and 228 to come to the front, please? Okay. The CEC supporting motion 218 from North East Yorkshire and Humber, CEC supporting 219 from North Western Irish, and the CEC supporting 222 from North Western Irish. Does London Region accept the qualification on motion 220? Thank you. And does Wales and South West Region accept the qualification on motion 223? Thank you. Can we please have the speaker for votes? Sorry, can we do the vote? Sorry. I always rush this, don't I? Okay. So it's two. Can we have doing the votes now? All those in support of motion 218? Thank you. Anyone against? That's carried. All those in support of motion 219? Thank you. Anyone against? That's carried. All those in support of motion 222? Brilliant. Thank you. Anyone against? That's carried. All those in support of motion 220? Anyone against? That's carried. And all those in support of motion 223? Anyone against? They're all carried, thank you. Can I have the speaker for motion composite 10, please?
President Congress, Jeff Sutton, Wales and the South West region, moving composite 10. This motion is about more than energy bills. It's about jobs, it's about communities, and it's about whether we still believe the UK should make things. Across our manufacturing heartlands, workers are facing a reality they did not create. Sky-high and unpredictable energy costs have put entire industries at risk. And nowhere is this clearer than in the energy-intensive sectors like glass. Glass is not some niche product. It's in our homes, our hospitals, our food supply, and our infrastructure. It's essential, but the people who make it, the skilled, unionised workers, are being pushed to the brink. Factories are not closing because workers have failed. They are closing because the skills, or because the skills aren't there. They are closing because the system isn't working. When energy costs spiral out of control, companies cut production. Investment is delayed, jobs disappear, and once those furnaces go cold, they do not just restart overnight. They restart if they restart at all. Congress, we cannot allow vital industries to quietly slip away, because when manufacturing goes, it does not come back easy, and the cost is felt far beyond the factory gates. It hits families, it hits local economies. It hits the next generation who lose out on skilled, secure careers. And here's the injustice: workers are hit twice. First, through the fear of redundancy, pay restraint and deteriorating conditions, and then again at home through rising energy bills and the cost of living crisis. And this is not fair. It's not enviable. Composite 10 sets out a clear alternative. We are saying Britain needs a real industrial strategy, one that recognises that affordable, stable energy is not a luxury. It's the foundation of manufacturing. We are saying government must step in with a long-term plan for competitive industrial energy pricing. We are saying support for energy-intensive industries must be expanded, but tied to protecting jobs, investing in skills, and creating new opportunities. And we are saying investment in clean energy, renewables, storage and infrastructure must be accelerated, not just for climate goals, but to give industry the stability it desperately needs. But Congress, this motion is also clear about something else. The transition to low-carbon economy must not be done to workers, it must be done with workers. Too often we have seen decisions taken that sound good on paper, but devastate livelihoods in practice. We will not accept a future where decarbonisation means deindustrialisation. We will not accept jobs being exported in the name of progress. Instead, we demand a just transition, one that protects jobs, strengthens industries, and keeps skills here in the UK. And that is including glass manufacturing explicitly in GMB's campaigning matters. Because if we do not name these industries, we risk leaving them behind. Congress, this is about choosing a future where Britain makes, builds and produces, a future where workers have secure, skilled, well-paid jobs, a future where energy policy supports industry, not undermines it, or a future where more factories close, more skills are lost and more communities are left behind. I know which future we stand for, so I ask you, stand with the workers in the glass industry, stand with energy-intensive industries, stand for a fair energy system and a strong manufacturing base. Please support this motion.
Good timing, Jeff. Can I have the seconder, please?
President Congress, Craig Tucker, K55 branch from the Great Big North East Yorkshire Number region. Second time delegate, first time speaker. I come from Nottingham in West Yorkshire, or Notler as it's affectionately known by its community, a stone's throw away from the Big K, Kelly Colliery, which was the UK's last deep coal mine. And if you know anything about my town, then you know that Glass to Nottingham is like Steelers to Scunthorpe or Oilers to Aberdeen. If you've drank a beer or cooked with a jar of pasta sauce, slapped on some aftershave, or lost your legs after a few too many whiskies, you've probably used a product from the town I grew up in. Like many of my schoolmates, I left school at 16 and started in the glass house, as we call it, where my dad also worked. And my dad myself, to a rugby mad 10-year-old called Zach, or the blonde bomber as his coaches like to call him. He's going to be a professional rugby league player, a future Castle Tigers and England captain, or so he tells me. But as a backup plan, I always thought there'd be a job for him in Glasshouse. But with sky-high energy costs and the EPR, let's call it for what it is, a glass tax, the reality is there won't be a glass industry that will devastate our community. My part of the world has already been completely shafted once when Thatcher came after our pits, and everyone knows that our coal communities have never recovered. The ripple effect of this is still felt to this day. If action isn't taken now, then the glass industry in Nottingham will be done over once again. This is far bigger than my job, the jobs of my mates and my family. It's about the whole future of our part of West Yorkshire. If government doesn't step in now, if it doesn't change its mind on the glass tax, let's abandon another working class community again. So Congress, please support this motion. I second.
Can I have the mover of motion 227, please?
President Congress Martina Vražitoru, Wales and South West Region, moving motion 227. Congress, our members in steel, energy, manufacturing and heavy industry have kept this country running for generations. They worked through an economic crisis, through austerity, through a pandemic, and now they are being told that industry must change again in the move to net zero. Well, let me say clearly, GMB supports a just transition, but there is nothing just about workers being abandoned while governments and employers talk about green targets and future jobs. Because our members are asking a simple question: where do we fit into this future? Congress, workers are not the problem. Our members already have the skills, the experience, and the knowledge that this country needs. The engineers, technicians, production workers, and skilled tradespeople in today's industries are the very people who can build tomorrow's economy. But they cannot do it alone, and they cannot do it in their own unpaid time. A worker on shift struggling with the cost of living cannot simply take unpaid leave to retrain. A parent cannot sacrifice wages to attend courses, and communities already hit by industrial decline cannot survive another transition built on empty promises. That is why this motion matters. We are demanding a statutory right to paid release for accredited training and upskilling. Not charity, not vague promises, a right. Because if employers and governments are serious about the green economy, then they must be serious about investing in the workers who will deliver it. And let us be honest, billions of pounds of public money are being handed to industry in the name of transition. So GMB is right to say that where public money goes, good union jobs, training, and job protection must follow. Our motion also recognizes a fundamental truth: workers must have a voice in shaping transition plans. Not consultants, not corporate boardrooms, workers and trade unions. Because the people most affected by industrial transition must also have a say in shaping it. We cannot allow net zero to become another chapter of managed decline in working class communities. We need a transition that protects jobs, protects skills, and protects dignity at work. A transition where workers are not discarded, but valued. Congress, the workers who build this country deserve the chance to build its future too. Please support the motion.
Can we have the seconder, please?
President, Congress, Jonathan Strachan-Taylor from the wonderful Wales and South West region. Second in motion 227. Congress, I'm proud to second this motion because quite simply this is about making sure the transition to a green economy works for workers, not against them. We all support the move to net zero, but support alone is not enough. If we want our members to benefit from green jobs, we must give them a fair chance to access them. And that starts with something very basic, time. Time to learn, time to train, time to adapt. Without paid release, that time simply does not exist for workers. No one should have to choose between earning a wage today and preparing for a job tomorrow. Yet, that is exactly the choice many are forced to make. This motion tackles that head on. It recognises that skills don't appear overnight. They require investment, planning and proper support. That's why the call for a Green Skills Fund and training plans are so important. It also sends a clear message. If employers and governments are serious about a just transition, then they must be willing to invest in the people who will deliver it. Because remember, this transition can't happen without our members. Their experience, their knowledge, their skills is what will make a low-carbon future possible. So let's do right by them. Let's ensure they're not left behind, but moved forward with dignity, with security, and with opportunity. Congress, this is a fair, practical, and necessary step towards a just transition. Make work better. I urge you to support it.
Can I have the mover for motion 228, please? Mover for motion 228. Sorry, I can't. Third. Thank you. Anyone wish to oppose any of these motions? Brilliant. Can we have our CEC, Ian Clark, to speak, please? We don't need him. Okay, don't need you. Thank you. Sorry, Ian. Okay. So the CEC is supporting Composite 10 from Wales and South West and North East Yorkshire and Humber, and we're also supporting motion 227 from Wales and South West region. So can we go to a vote, please, for Composite 10 and 227? All those in favour? Anyone against? Thank you.
Cheers, Sonia. Thank you. We are going to move, with my apologies to the movers and seconders of these motions, but we are going to move Composite 6, 104, 105, 106 to tomorrow morning. So this is the end of the debate. I've just got a few announcements before you go. We have the second of our International Solidarity video to play to you from our sister trade union centres in Colombia, and this is courtesy of Sonia from her trip out there.
Desde Colombia, territorio del Meta, municipio de Casillas, le decimos nuestra total solidaridad al sindicato GMB expresado. Gracias a la compañera que hace presencia en nuestro territorio. Muchas gracias y aquí, como siempre, contará con nuestro apoyo. Mujeres empoderadas.
Thank you, Sonia, for getting that message of solidarity, and I know how much you enjoyed your trip to Colombia. Thank you for another great day at Congress. I've just worked out there's 24 first-time speakers the whole day. I've got a really important announcement about tomorrow, please, which, if you listen carefully. As we prepare for tomorrow's sessions, I need to remind that for tomorrow only, attendees with bags larger than A4 size will not be permitted into the hall. To be clear, your GMB backpacks are fine to be brought in, but ideally nothing larger. Please also be aware that bag checks will be in place for tomorrow from the morning. The only liquids that can be brought in will be water. Please note, drinks and food are available inside the venue, including in the Bistro Cafe, which has a large amount of seating. We kindly ask for your cooperation and understanding to help ensure a smooth and secure experience for everyone. Could I ask people to quieten, please? Because this is a really important announcement for tomorrow. Thank you. We encourage you to plan accordingly and arrive a little earlier to allow sufficient time for screening. Doors will be open from 8:15. We start Congress business at 9. Thank you for your cooperation, and we look forward to welcoming you tomorrow. So that is the end of Congress. Enjoy your regional function if you've got one tonight, or enjoy your evening. Thank you.